Yeah. Good morning. It's 10 a.m. according to my computer, and so at this time I'll call to order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting for February 16, 2023. All five commissioners are present, so at this time I'd ask you to all remove your hats and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to be led by Commissioner Walt Noasad today.
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, I did want to announce to the public that we are going to, before we get to the approval of the agenda, I'm going to suggest that the board, we wish to hear from our deputy, pardon me, wow, that's a wrong statement. Our district attorney on items D and E of the consent agenda, so those will be moved to the first two items on the administrative agenda. So the public doesn't need to move those. We're going to be doing that as a board. So I would also ask you to silence all of your electronic devices that you have here so that we don't interrupt speakers. When you wish to make public comment, please approach the podium, sign your name, well, not sign your name, please print your name so that we can get that properly into the record, and then also state your name, and your time will start once you do that. So public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action in closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then we ask you to please provide your public comment when that particular item is heard. So at this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Public comment.
Jim Slade. The first word of the county's mission statements are working together with integrity and accountability. The first of the county's values is integrity, stating we demonstrate honest and ethical conduct in our actions. Those can both be seen right here. The board, in making appointments to the various boards, commissions, and committees, can appoint whomever they choose, which made it all the more troubling last month in the discussion about appointments to the Planning Commission. The two commissioners made knowingly false statements. Commissioner Tarkanian, you stated, quote, "It's long past due to get someone from Lake Tahoe to represent the planning board, and for them not to have representation would be misfortunate," unquote. Yet you knew that Mr. Walder was a planning commissioner and that he lives at the lake, so your statement was demonstrably false. 2 days later, in a half-hearted apology, you said that what you meant was that Mr. Bruno was the only applicant from the lake. That was so distant from what you actually said that it was not the least bit credible. Commissioner Rice, you stated, quote, "I concur with Commissioner Tarkanian that it's about time that we had someone representing Lake Tahoe on this board," meaning the Planning Commission. You too know that Mr. Walder is a planning commissioner and that he lives at the lake. It is deeply disappointing that both of you would make untrue statements on this matter. In doing so, you both showed a lack of integrity, which is a hallmark of good governance. You should both sincerely apologize to the public for doing so, or you should resign for failing to live up to the county's mission statement and values. Chairman Gardner, you knew the truth of this matter. Why didn't you correct the record immediately as soon as the speakers finished their comments? At a minimum, you should have corrected their false statements before any votes were taken, but you didn't. You waited until after the appointments were made to mention it, knowing that some of the commissioners may have been voting based on false premises. That was more than disappointing, and you too should apologize to the public. So now you have 2 of 7 planning commissioners from the lake, even though it's hardly only about 10% of the county population. And importantly, the lake portion of the county has very little growth, and that growth is mainly controlled by TRPA. You also now have 3 members of the construction industry, a developer, a construction attorney, and one from the construction trades. So if you were looking for a docile planning commission that will go along with most recommendations from staff and will not ask tough questions, you have likely succeeded. In doing so, you have done a great disservice to the community as a whole. The public expects and deserves much better.
Additional public comment?
Good morning. My name is Carrie Ann Ortiz. I'm born and raised here in the Douglas County. Myself and our Grange youth members will be speaking about item agenda number 8, or letter H, I should say. Slowly over the years, I've seen our agricultural industry being driven from our valley. As a leader for both Grange and 4-H, it is my duty to instill our agricultural roots into our youth. As the youth program director for Western Nevada Grange number 28, I can't express enough how important this donation of the car is for our youth programming. Western Nevada Grange number 28 is slowly growing. We span 4 counties, and I have 49 youth in our program. The raffling off of this vehicle, if it's so granted by you people today, will go to our youth programming. Our scholarship program last year gifted $1,000 to youth in our area. We need it for our livestock program, which is up and coming, to buy livestock stands and clippers and other items that our youth need. And then it also will go to sponsor our youth going to clinics and leadership activities for developing their public speaking skills and other activities. We really appreciate your guys' consideration in donating this vehicle to our organization. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Chelsea Simerson, and I'm the president of the Nevada Agricultural Fair, which is a new event held in Douglas County at the fairgrounds. This year, it's July 13th through the 16th. Our event showcases the Youth Livestock Show, Youth and Adult Horse Show, and Mayhemolition, the 3-night motor event featuring lawnmower racing, tough trucks, and the demolition derby. I'd like to thank you for your consideration in donating the retired sheriff's car to our Western Nevada Grange youth. If approved, they will sell tickets to raffle off a chance to drive this car in the Mayhemolition Demo Derby. Behind me are some of the youth members that will tell you a little bit about themselves and their projects. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Connor Simerson, and I am with the Western Nevada Grange. I would like to thank you for considering donating the sheriff's car so that we can fundraise for our club. I'm involved in the livestock club where I show turkeys and goats for market. I'm also involved in our outdoor adventure team where we learn leadership, building skills, and confidence. Thank you.
Can I ask you a real quick question before you leave?
Yes.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Yes. I got to admit to you that the first time I went to that podium as a member of the public, I too was nervous. So it's not uncommon, but we want you to feel comfortable in doing so. So we look forward to hearing, I guess, your other 3 members. Now, you've indicated that you're going to use this car in a demolition derby?
Yes.
Wow, okay. You look pretty young. You don't have a driver's license. How are you?
Well, I'm not driving it myself.
Okay, thank you. I don't normally exchange back and forth with during public comment, but I want you to feel comfortable, okay, and feel always approachable to that podium. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Jack Harrison, and I'm part of the Western Nevada Grange, and I would like to thank you for considering your donation of the sheriff's car. Some of the things that we do in our Grange is we meet once a month for our just normal meetings, and then at those meetings some of the youth get to speak on or get to share with the other members on some of the things they like to do. Some of the things that I have shared about are beekeeping and building cabins and forts. And then we have another group. It's called GOATS. It's a Grange Outdoor Adventure Team. And some of the things that we do there are we learn survival skills and other things like that. Thank you.
So before you go, I have a question too for you. You mentioned donating the sheriff's car. We just spent almost $100,000 to buy Sheriff Coverly a new truck. I hope that's not the one that you said the sheriff's car. Dan, you're not involved. Mr. Coverly, you're not involved in this, are you? Okay. I don't want to destroy your truck already. So.
Hello, my name is James Ortiz. I'm 11 years old, and I am the Youth Vice President for Western Nevada Grange number 28. The donation of this vehicle is important to our Grange because we are a new Grange and we need funds to help youth and livestock programs. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Hello there, everyone. My name is Kans Ortiz. I'm 14 years old. I raise dairy goats and market goats as well as poultry. And I show them at all our livestock shows. And I am the youth secretary of our Western Nevada Grange number 28. We really appreciate your consideration and the donation of this vehicle to our organization. With this donation, our youth will learn valuable skills such as public speaking and hard work. We hope to raffle off tickets to drive the vehicle. The money received from the raffle will go towards our youth development scholarships and livestock program. We really appreciate your consideration in this. Thank you.
Thank you. And what position do you hold in the Grange?
Good morning, Ellie Waller. It looks like we have future Board of Commissioners coming up here. The VHR Advisory Board is getting close to having their amendment proposal before the Planning Commission, possibly in March. I went before them this week, and I'm asking you the same when the 25, give or take a few pages, comes before you, that you take in consideration the months and months of arduous and often painful task of getting through this process. I urge you to look at the ordinance through the lens of all that effort and only make suggestions that might provide clarity or if you have a concern of unlawfulness. Next, I attended the NDOT board on Monday and provided public comment on the US 50 Management Corridor Plan. The new Lieutenant Governor, Stavros Anthony, was present and led the meeting as Governor Lombardo was not available. There was direction to the NDOT director to get him more information. Approximately a dozen citizens from Douglas County provided testimony. I believe the public's continued efforts to re-engage the NDOT staff and project team has resulted in the extension of the study period that was stated to end on December 22nd. New alternatives need to be analyzed and brought back to the public and the agencies. My comments included that the non-binding project charter that is to be signed by all agencies is yet to be signed. So how can we go forward with a project if all the stakeholders have not signed the project charter? I also pointed out that some things that were related to this, but not in their purview, is that the state needs to dedicate more funds to Northern Nevada in the way of NHP support to our Douglas County and Washoe County Sheriff's Departments is essential. I also expressed concern that Douglas County staff and commissioners have been left in the dark, and that after new alternatives can be considered, Douglas County should be brought to the table, and public question and answer meetings need to be conducted, as none have been done since 2017. The uselessness of the meetings that were conducted in 2022 is evident in public outrage. I'd also like to agree with Mr. Slade's comments. I was in the audience that day, and to not be disrespectful, I did not disrupt the meeting. I also would like to tell you that the Planning Commission resoundingly said rural is the way we need to go, and TDRs, as an example, need to be revisited, as well as cluster development that is being misused. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Ted Gaines. Last meeting, I thank Mr. Slade because transparency and honesty in this commission and this county is not there. Now, I can understand some of the commissioners not wanting to look up at me. If our legal people here would look back at the $35 million that was sent up to that convention center, it's a violation of the Browns Act for 3 or more of the commissioners to collude or talk about any specific item. And it was pretty obvious that 3 of them had discussed that because they were bound and determined on getting it passed. Even Mr. Rice said he knew it wouldn't pass and went to a vote, but they were going to pass it. Now, our chairman there basically attacked, and I got a few calls, I won't say several, on it. Commissioner Tarkanian in the last meeting. Because he worked with people. Well, I looked up and had 2 other people look it up for me, the definition of a hypocrite. Hypocrite is a person that does what he wants to do and tells other people they're not allowed to do that. And that's you, Mark. Like I said at that meeting, you worked with people. You worked with Jerry for the sprinkler things. You not only worked with, you put it got it on the agenda. I got another person that don't want to be mentioned that you've been working with. You were waiting for me to meet with you about the letter I sent out about the $1.5 million loan, $1,050,000 loan. So you have no right to be vocal to another commissioner, be it Danny, Sarla, or any one of them. I had mentioned before, you don't belong on that board, and I don't believe you do. Now, let's go further. You told Mr. Tarkanian, for our district attorney and our legal people here, first of all, I got a letter that says they told the Attorney General's office that I got everything that I asked for. I didn't get it. I told our chief deputy there that. I have explained to him stuff I was missing. He says we can't find it. Well, it was passed by the county commission, the planning commission. So I'm pretty sure it's on record. I've got part of it. Now, on 297, I'm missing a paper. I'm just going to give you an example. You want me to tell you what I'm missing so you can send it to me and say, now you got everything. I'm missing the paper on the water heater. There was a correction notice listed. Now, I'd like to go a step further to get off that subject. I requested all the stuff on Clear Creek development, water meters. I got a water meter here that was paid for after our county manager had said it was a clerical error. If Mr. Ingalls didn't bring it up, it probably would have never got paid. It was paid after that date we had that meetings and whatnot, and that's what the date on this paper says. Now, there's still 2 missing. $33,000 was paid, $66,000 is out there somewhere.
Thank you. Additional public comment here in chambers?
Good morning, Douglas County. Jason Garrett Gibson with the House of Gibson, advocate, activist for the people here in the state of Nevada. 40-year resident, Douglas County. As you know, we reside on Langley Drive in the Ranchos. And on February 14th, Valentine's Day, one of my best friends, Cole, my cat, was found dead and was hit by a car at the east end of Langley Drive. Not a car, but a monster truck. The only way you can hit an animal as stealthy as this is if you're speeding. This was a little boy of a cat, one of my besties, you know. And there'll never be another cat like him. So we notified Douglas County over the course of the summer with regard to the speeding problem in our neighborhood. The response was typical, reckless and belligerent. Douglas County sheriffs knowingly and willingly choose not to respond. So we tried to form a neighborhood watch program through DCSO, the MOST team and the Safer Neighborhood program, but they all ignored us. We have signage at the east end of Langley which reads, "No commercial trucks, delivery only." Every truck that travels on that road is a commercial vehicle unless it's delivering. They're tearing up our roads. They're risking our kids and our pets. And I had an incident this summer where I squared off with a young punk, had 4 dispatched officers to the neighborhood, and despite 5 household neighbors testifying on my behalf, we could not get a proper investigation or hold this individual accountable. So what's forthcoming will be the notices and affidavits, and like I said, I'm behind on that because I have a priority in staying healthy, and just keeping up with the shady business here in Douglas County is a full-time situation, and I don't want to be a madman over it. If you're one of these monster muffler, speed demon truck owners, breaking the law, breaching the peace, compromising our safety and the quality of life here in Douglas County, if our district attorney's office won't go to bat, if law enforcement won't go to bat, then the people of Douglas County will. I will. My experience with Douglas County sheriffs and this district attorney's office is that you're all a bunch of racketeering musclemen. I know it's not everybody, and I tried to tell you it's the organizational principle that we have to revise and rewire, because there are genuinely good people that want to do meaningful work, but the corporate charter that we are yoked to is absolutely broken, dysfunctional, not sustainable, and unlawful. We're trying to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment here in chambers?
Good morning, Chairman Gardner and board members. My name is Chad Gherkin. I'm a resident in Lincoln Park, and I'm here today regarding consent agenda item B, which addresses increases to facility use fees, and in particular, the Lincoln Park buoy field. Under the current proposal, our fees will increase from $2,000 to $5,000, or 150%. The Lincoln Park buoy field includes 14 buoys that are now administered by the county. Prior to the Supreme Court stipulating that the county administer the lakefront area and buoy field, the buoys were obtained, owned, and operated by owners of Lincoln Park. Unfortunately, the homeowners lost their individual buoys, but are able to participate now in the existing program. It has been my understanding that it is the county's function to administer the buoy field, with Lincoln Park residents having priority to the field. It has also been my understanding that the cost and fee structure was to reflect the hard cost of administering the field as well as an administration fee. This makes sense. The county is providing a service to the residents. The proposed fee increase appears to go significantly beyond the cost of the program. Why? In the Parks and Rec meeting where this was discussed, it was stated that the increase was to keep up with the market, recover costs, and to help manage a wait list. 2 members of the advisory board confirmed that there was a discussion and focus on increasing the rates to keep up with the market, where commercial marina rates are much higher. Commercial buoy fields charge much more. I understand this. They also offer a greater amount of services and amenities: a pier for loading and unloading, manned dinghy service, bathrooms, on-site dining options, fuel docks, etc. This warrants significantly higher rates. In Lincoln Park, you are not allowed to store a tender boat on the beach. Nothing may be left on the beach. There is no pier, no dock, and due to rocks, beaching a boat to load or unload is not an option. There are no toilets and no parking beyond our private property. Safely getting to the buoy on a kayak paddleboard with children, the family dog, coolers, and gear for the day is difficult. Trying to do this at the end of the day and get back in 3-foot waves can be extremely difficult. In terms of fees, the county should not be looking to the commercial marina market for justification of rates. Lincoln Park is very similar to the community of Marla Bay. They have a protective association, not a GID or HOA. Their informal group administers the buoy field. In 2021, the yearly cost of buoy rental was $850, though $200 of this include membership in the organization. So effectively, it was $650. I have a breakdown. In Elk Point, the current rate for a slip is $800. I would ask that consent item B be brought back before the commission to be further discussed. Why is the current proposal so high? What are the actual costs of the program? Why is there an attempt to compare this to the commercial marina market? Why were the stakeholders not noticed of any potential changes? We all understand that costs increase, but this proposal is far too excessive. Should an increase be warranted, a more incremental approach should be much more appropriate. Thank you for the attention to this matter, your time, and your consideration.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, is there any additional comment, Ms. Johnson, online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have one person with their hand raised. Mr. Ingalls, do you have opening public comment at this time?
John Engels, Gardnerville. In regard to the event center up at the lake, there was a previous commission that indebted the county and all taxpayers in the county to the tune of $35 million. There was no discussion other than the 3 commissioners who voted for it, and Commissioner Rice was the only remaining commissioner that voted for the $35 million. Myself and then Commissioner Dave Nelson voted against it. We felt that it was important to take this to a vote to the citizens of the county. The other 3 commissioners said, no, we know better. None of them had ever run an event center. They didn't even know what they're talking about. There's another thing too. If this event center doesn't make it financially, it is in the NRS that any multi-use facility that doesn't make it shall be brought full by an ad valorem tax, property tax on all the taxpayers in the county. I think it's incumbent on this board to find out who owns it, how much has been put into this thing, and what exactly is going on. Because I don't want to have to pay any more for that or anything else. My property taxes are high enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm bringing it back to the board. Just a couple of comments. Mr. Gaines, I have offered to meet with you several times and asked you to schedule that with staff, and yet nothing in the last 2 years has occurred. So I don't know what you're talking about not willing to meet with you, because I've offered to do that several times. So if you still wish to meet with me, I'll be glad to do that. And if you could set that up with Ms. Johnson, who is our administrative aide, I'll be glad to do that. Thank you. As far as Mr. Slade is concerned, I just wanted to say that I've apologized to you personally, and I've apologized to other members of the public, but I will do so now at a meeting. As I've indicated, and I thank you for the work that you did on the Planning Commission last year. One of the reasons I did not state anything about where commissioners lived is because myself, I don't really care. I don't look at where an individual lives when it comes to making an appointment to any advisory board unless it's required by statute, such as the Parks and Recreation Commission is required by statute to have members specifically from the Lake Tahoe Township. Otherwise, I do not use location as a guiding force in who I wish to select as any of our advisory board positions. So when it was mentioned in regards to Mr. Bruno living at Lake Tahoe, that was irrelevant to me. It didn't really matter. We need to select, in my opinion, the most qualified individuals for our boards. And so anyways, if you felt that it was based on that, it was not based on that, Mr. Slade. And we've discussed that. So, and I appreciate once again your involvement with our county and your involvement on the Planning Commission last year, and look forward to your input as we go forward as well. I know that we won't lose you as an advocate, public advocate, in regards to the growth issues that we face as a county. So once again, thank you, and I hope you accept my apology in that regard. Commissioner Hales has something that she wishes to offer also. So,
thank you. First, Grange, you're delightful, and I'm so glad you're to the leaders. You're investing in bringing the kids along, and kids just keep up the great work, and thank you for that. Second, I wanted to take just a moment on that Planning Commission situation. Being up here is not easy, and there's a lot of things. You know, you study, you prepare, but then you keep enough open mind that you can listen to the public, and you can take in any public comments that are written. And so you're trying to juggle all of these factors. And that's where my mind is trying to figure out who is the best for the position. And when the agenda item was over, light bulb, of course, we have a fantastic member of the Planning Commission from the Lake, but that was not part of the juggling of factors that was going on in my mind. So I guess I would just maybe ask for a little bit of compassion for how it is being up here and trying to balance all of the things you're trying to balance in coming to a decision.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Okay. Look, I've had my share of criticisms, and much of it is probably well-deserved. This one is not. I made a misstatement in the meeting. It was based upon the fact that I worked with Paul Bruno on different VHR issues, and I knew he's in the lake, and I mentioned that. It was a mistake that I said he was the only one. I told that to Mr. Slade and the public in the last meeting. If he thinks that was half-hearted or there was some nefarious means, that's his prerogative, but that wasn't. He talks about transparency and honesty, which is something that I'm going to talk a lot about when we get further down on our agenda item. But honesty and transparency, it works. It isn't just a person saying it who claims it is. It has to be accurate. I understand Mr. Slade's upset or concerned that he didn't get reappointed, and he keeps saying it was my statement that prevented him or caused him not to be reappointed, and that isn't honest, and that's not transparent. I gave my reasons why I liked Mr. Bruno, and because he was at the lake and working on the VHR issues, that was one of them. And I voted for Mr. Slade. I voted for him. So how was my misstatement used against Mr. Slade for not being appointed if I gave the reasons why? Commissioner Hales gave a lengthy response why she would not vote for you before I spoke. Mr. Slade has an adversarial position with Commissioner Rice, and he wasn't going to vote for him, and he knew that going in. So, I do apologize for the misstatement. It was wrong. It had nothing to do with Mr. Slade not being reappointed to the board. And in fact, his continual attacks on me, saying I was intentionally misleading people to vote against him, is contrary to transparency and honesty when I'm one of the only two that did vote for him. And I gave my reasons why I voted for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move to the approval agenda? You ready? Okay. Okay. So as I've indicated, items D and E are going to be moved to the administrative agenda, and item number 1 is going to be stricken because the individual called in sick today. So Commissioner Tarkanian?
I'd like to pull item B for the reason stated in public comment. I've had several emails concerning the same cost increase. In addition, there's comments by the staff in there about this being an increase based upon the administrative costs and the additional costs through this inflation. And there are even some other increases out there that are 100% in Zephyr Park and some others. I'd just like to be able to hear why the increases went up that high.
Very good. So I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda minus items B on the consent calendar, item D and item E, and removal of item 1. Do I entertain a motion?
Second.
Okay. No, I haven't made a motion. I need a motion. You want to make a motion? Okay. So you make the motion, and now we need a second. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Noah-Sad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the agenda as presented minus B, H, E, and 1. B, H, and E are D and E. I'm sorry. B, D, and E are transferring to the administrative agenda. Item 1 is being stricken. Any further conversation? Signify by all those signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll go to the approval of the previous minutes for possible discussion to approve the draft minutes of January 9th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the previous minutes. Any discussion on that? Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We will now recess as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Douglas County Liquor Board. This liquor board comprises the 5 commissioners plus the addition of our Sheriff Coverly on this, so there are 6 votes available. Item 1 on that, and I understand this is being presented by Under Sheriff Algus today, for possible action, discussion to approve the on-site beer and or wine only retail liquor license for Favela and Favela LLC DBA Super Burrito, represented by owner and manager Patricia Favela and owner Manuel Favela. Patricia Favela and Manuel Favela have signed a waiver of notice of hearing. Favela and Favela LLC DBA Super Burrito is located at 1670 Highway 395 North, Minden, Nevada. Mr. Under Sheriff Algus.
Good morning, sir. Under Sheriff Ron Ilgus for the record. The application has been reviewed and we are not contesting.
Commissioners, any questions? Since no questions, we'll go to, this is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment on this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Garrett Gibson, House of Gibson, on behalf of the people in the ranchos. Another fine example of every time we gather here, another liquor license being passed. Sheriff representing the vendors who are banking off of the DUI crisis that they're policing. Liquor bottles and debris from the east end of Langley all the way, from the west end all the way to the east end. Garbage. Liquor. Fentanyl death in October at the P&J liquor store. The gal was the employee of the owner there, overdosed. She's got a little baby, a grandson, and a daughter. She's dead. I wasn't quite clear in the last meeting about my father, who was a commercial trucker who was hit head-on by a drunk driver, nearly killed him. It took about 10 years off of his life. He spent the rest of his days in pain. My mother was also broken up in an alcohol-related incident. And ever since I was a kid, we've had an issue with liquor in this county and culture, in trying to make relations and trying to have fun and trying to do something positive and progressive. We're not anti-alcohol. We're not anti really anything. But the bottom line is that the priorities of the county are still rooted in the 80s and have yet to make it into the present moment. In the budget meeting 6 weeks or 8 weeks ago, we found $200,000 that law enforcement was banking off of to fight the drug war, which is over, Mr. Rice. It's been over for a long time. You've been perpetuating a myth. Not only do they get the $200,000 through the back door, but then they get a raise for another 33% to be the highest paid law enforcement agency in the state of Nevada. Let's take a look at the average median salary for these agents, these debt collectors. Okay, if they're peace officers, show me the peace plan. I want to see the plan. Peace officers should have a plan, right? They don't have any plan. Now, in this case, with this liquor license, they're banking off of both sides of the coin. It ain't funny, Dan. You're banking off of both sides of the coin. You create the problem so you can police it. You're making $127,000 a year. How do you sleep at night? I'm assuming you make that because you assume the role of the constable. Your partner over here makes $90,000 a year. With his wife, they're banking $175,000 a year. Show me the peace plan, goddammit.
Mr. Gibson, number one, if you wish to use foul language in the chambers, please leave. Number two, your comments, in my opinion, had nothing to do with the ability of these folks to have this liquor license. So you need to keep your public comments to the point. Thank you. Any additional public comment here in chambers? Thank you. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Any additional comments by the commissioners? Commissioner Noasad.
Yes, I would like to reiterate a point that we should be hearing at the beginning of every meeting, and I'm sure we do. Outbursts from the gallery is not going to be tolerated. So if you have a comment to make, you just sit down.
Okay. All
right. You got a comment, go before the microphone. Don't just burst out there.
So, commissioners, any other comments, questions? Thank you. Then I will entertain a motion to approve the on-site beer and wine and/or wine-only liquor license for Favela and Favela as
So moved.
presented. Okay. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the on-site beer and wine and/or wine-only retail liquor license for Favela and Favela LLC as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you very much, Mr. August, for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn as the Douglas County Liquor Board and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. We will go to the consent calendar. I would entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar minus items B, D, and E, which will be moved to the administrative agenda.
I move we approve the consent calendar except for items B, D, and E.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the consent calendar minus the items B, D, and E. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We'll now go to the administrative agenda, and we'll go to B comes before D and E. So, Mr. Jackson, if you'll indulge us, we'll go to item B. And I will read that into the record. And I'll also mention congratulations to the group for the donation of the vehicle. That is not Sheriff Coverly's vehicle. Okay. So for possible action, discussion to approve the Parks and Recreation's 2023 program and facilities manual, which revises various provisions, including changes in fees for gym memberships, establishes fees for the rock wall, adjusts facility usage fees, revises the Lincoln Park buoy fees, changes other additional fees and language regarding the Topaz Campground, and establishes scholarship recipient standards of behavior. And this is being presented by Assistant Community Services Director, right, Brooke 80. With the assistance, it looks like, from our Community Services Manager, Scott Morgan. So you have the floor.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present on this manual. My name is Brooke 80. I am the Assistant Director for Community Services. I would like to start by giving a brief summary of the process that we go through when we're revising these manuals. The Douglas County Program and Facilities Manual is reviewed on an annual basis through a series of meetings at both the lake and the valley, through the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and the Senior and Transit Advisory Board. The proposed changes are based on both advisory board recommendations, and we have been through a series of meetings to get to this point today. The item I would like to first address is related to Lincoln Park buoy fees. The Lincoln Park buoy represents 14 boat moorings in front of the Lincoln Park subdivision. After 25 years of litigation, it has been determined that the littoral parcel in front of the subdivision belongs to Douglas County, and with that came 14 boat moorings. The buoys were originally permitted and installed by the lakefront residents. As a result, Douglas County has implemented a leasing program to allow the residents of the subdivision to rent these moorings. We do allow non-residents to rent the buoys, but priority is given to the residents. We currently have a wait list for this, but as I said, priority is given to the residents. The fees that the advisory boards are recommending was established to cover our costs, which include annual removal and installation of the buoys, inspections, repairs, state land permit costs, and the staff expense to monitor the program and to make sure that we are implementing it. The moorings in Lake Tahoe run between $15,000 and $30,000 per year. Based on the new rate, the residents will be...
I'm sorry, you went a little fast on me. Can you say that again? 15,000 to 30,000 euros, what?
That is, the moorings in Lake Tahoe are running around $15,000 to $30,000 annually. So with this rate adjustment, the annual rate will be $1,666. And as I stated again, the reason is to cover our direct costs. The moorings are intended for residents as there are no facility infrastructure for the public to be able to access these. Yes.
I want you to finish. I don't mean to cut you off, but
Okay.
It's different from the information that we're getting. I thought I read it in there too, but I was told it's going to be, it went from 2,000 to 5,000. Did you just say it was 1667?
So we do a 5-year lease, 3-year lease for $5,000. So if you were to break that out annually, it would be $1,666. And again, these
That's
rates
on
are
page,
intended.
by the way, that's on page 107 of our packet.
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention that.
I'm sorry. Please continue.
So the increase in cost, which has been approved but has being recommended by both of our advisory boards, is intended to cover our costs. Are there any questions on this part of the manual?
I did have a question on that. Now, I have to, first of all, disclose that I'm a member of the Parks and Recreations Commission. As such, I did participate in a meeting where all of these were discussed, and I can attest to the fact that they were heavily discussed. They were not just accepted by those 7 members on that board, a carte blanche, basically. They had a very vigorous discussion on all of these fees. So I was very encouraged to listen to that. However, I did not participate in that, and I also recused myself from the vote on that because I knew it would be coming back to us at this time. So anyways, I just wanted to disclose that. But my question on that particular one is, it went from $2,000 on a 3-year permit to $5,000 on a 3-year. When is the last time that fee was adjusted? Was it you said annually we look at these things, but when is the last time that particular one was adjusted? Was that last
Chairman
year?
Gardner, Scott Morgan, Director of Community Services for Douglas County. I've been with Douglas County for 29 years, and we started the approximately 20 plus years ago monitoring what was taking place, or I'm sorry, 8 years ago to 10 years ago, doing the buoy field at Lincoln Park once the courts had determined that it was our responsibility. We initially put a $1,000 per year cost in for residents and non-residents of the subdivision in Lincoln Park. Approximately 4 years later, after public debate and the amount of energy it takes to monitor these leasing programs, we decided to go to $2,000 for a 3-year program, just because of...
I'm sorry, how long ago was that?
That was, I would say, 4 or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago. So these fees haven't been raised since that time. Is that what you're telling me?
That is correct.
Okay. So it's been 4 or 5 years since that happened.
Yeah, and that was based on what some of our costs are. We pay State Lands a permit to lease the bottom of the lake to put 14 buoys on there. State Lands has increased their cost without much notice, so we had these fees in place. So there were times when we have been subsidizing a buoy field primarily for a private subdivision at taxpayers' expense because of the amount of operation. We thought by going to a 3-year plan and $2,000, it would significantly reduce our administrative costs, which it has done in part. We still handle annual inquiries. Parks is on property routinely, managing our property and inspecting the buoys. And then the cost, which is something Douglas County does out of an abundance of caution, we remove the buoy field every single year, and we install the buoy field every single year. There are some that just leave them out there, but Douglas County did not want to have the risk of a $300,000 formula boat breaking away from its mooring because it wasn't replaced or adequately inspected and ended up on the rocks. So we go through great energy to inspect, repair, and replace. And in fact, what caused us to start considering this and have this discussion with our public advisory board was when we had to replace all the cabling and chain for the mooring. So we factor some of those costs in, replacement, keeping a first-class mooring available for people that put their boats on there into our costs. This has absolutely nothing to do with market. We are not even close to market. But it is true, we're not supplying the same services that the market would. This is intended to cover our cost, to cover our staff time, and at just south of $1,700 a year, what we estimate our cost to be is what was considered reasonable by the advisory boards that we present this information to. And that's why that recommendation was passed and moved by the advisory boards and supported by staff.
So I guess what I would suggest is that if we had been reviewing this really on an annual basis and taking a look at increasing those fees on an annual basis and had done so, then it wouldn't seem like such a large leap. And I think I recall hearing that in the Parks and Recreations Commission also, is that discussion took place, and they came to the same conclusion, that if really we had been, maybe moving it up to $2,500 for 3 years, 2 years ago, and then up to $3,000, 2 years ago, and, then it wouldn't seem like a large leap from $2,000 to $5,000. But that's just an observation I wish to make. Commissioner Tarkanian, you had a question?
I have a couple questions. First of all, with respect to Chairman Gardner's comments and the statements that you have made, we went from $1,000 8 years ago to $5,000 this year. So that's a 500% increase in 8 years. Even if you say you were $2,000 4 years ago, you more than doubled in the 4 years. I think the thing that should, and again, you're not supposed to be at the market. I mean, you don't charge the market when you rent the gyms out and other things. A lot of this stuff is with public funding. Plus, it's my understanding they paid for it. Lincoln Park paid for the buoys, and we took it over in the court decision. I mean, so they even put their money into that. So that's one thing. I think the answer to this problem would be I'd feel better at least. Now, I know some of the board members, they'll do what the advisory board says. I like to see what the costs are and how you come up with the $1,666 a month. If it is, that nobody wants us to be in the red on it. But I hope you could understand that the residents seeing this kind of an increase, and it is a huge increase over 4 years, would like to see, where that money was. I assume you guys did discuss this with the advisory board, and you guys had a printout of what all the costs were?
Commissioner Tarkanian, Scott Morgan, Community Services Director, we did have that discussion, but when we were at the advisory board level, we were talking about some of our direct costs. We did not provide a printout of what the costs were, other than some estimates from state lands and what our recovery and installation costs are. But the real stuff was estimated about $1,000 per year, and I do want to correct one thing. We went from $1,000 a year to $2,000 for 3 years. And then we're now looking at $5,000 for 3 years. So it was not $1,000 for 3 years. It was $1,000 per year. So technically, we reduced it, or the advisory boards recommended reducing it to $2,000 for 3 years. I'm sorry.
$1,000 then.
That's correct. And again, we are not in this particular program because of what you had mentioned, that the residents are the ones that actually installed, paid to have these permitted, installed, and managed them themselves. So it has never been about market. It has only been about cost recover. And certainly it would have been better to incrementally raise these things, but the appetite of the advisory boards to have a fee increase every single year is a difficult pill for them to swallow every single year, because that would have us come back frequently. We haven't had any significant fee increases like you see in this document. The membership was really what sparked the discussion about increasing fees, cost of doing business, salaries, and some of those are market-based. We want to be competitive in the market. We don't want to give services away, and we'd like to recover as much of our costs as possible. But with respect to the Lincoln Park buoy field, it was about 100% cost recovery. And roughly speaking, of that south of $1,700 a year payment, about $1,000 per year is administrative costs, just inspecting, going on property, parks, inspecting the buoys, making sure people are getting their boats off when we remove the moorings, handling the administrative stuff, managing the waiting list, communicating with the buoy renters, and that we felt that was a very conservative estimate. And then approximately $600 to $700 is hard cost of the cost of permitting the buoys, as well as taking and maintaining the moorings themselves. And that is a rough breakdown that we discussed.
Yeah, so you've given us a verbal breakdown and an estimate that we haven't been able to see any documentation on. I mean, again, I think you may be the best employer I've ever worked with. And I say that because I've just enjoyed everything that you do. And I don't want to be sitting here like we're going to not trust what you're calculating, but you have residents that are going to pay more than double in 4 years. So it's not just going incrementally. It's from $3,000. That's a 150% increase in 4 years, and that's quite substantial. So it would be nice for the public to know where that cost comes from. $1,000 inspection fees. That doesn't seem like a whole lot if you have inspectors out there on numerous occasions, and particularly going in and looking under the surface. But couldn't you provide the board with what that breakdown is, and then we could vote on that, or is that too time-consuming?
Well, certainly it would muster some time, but that is certainly at your request. We can provide that information. Yes.
One board member, so we'll see what the other ones say. Thank you.
Is that your presentation? I just want to.
Brooke 80, Assistant Director, Community Services. I do have some other fees that were adjusted that I would like to talk about if there are no other questions at this time on the Lincoln Park buoys. Okay.
Commissioners?
Okay. Just to highlight a couple other fees that were adjusted is one was our membership fees. The membership rates have not been increased since the center has opened. When the center in the Valley opened, we adopted the rates that were established at the Kale facility up at the lake, and those rates were established about 25 years ago. The rates and recommended increase is based on the benchmarking and public input, and it represents about a 13% increase. Another area where we did do an adjustment was for Topaz Lake. We implemented a holiday rate during peak holiday weekends for reservable spots only, so in the campground, so those are by reservation only. And the other rate adjustment that I would like to highlight is the shooting range. So with the implementation of a self-pay kiosk and additional safety enhancements, the county is going to a cashless payment system that only accepts credit cards and debit cards. And after significant debate and input from our advisory boards and the public, we determined that $5 rate was the minimum that we would be charging that covers the costs of some of the fees that we incur as a county when we process debit and credit card payments. Okay. So those were some of the fees that I wanted to bring to your attention. If you have other questions on any of the other fees, I'm happy to answer them now.
So the thing I'd like to mention in regards to the shooting range in particular is the installation of, right now we have a self-pay through an envelope, and it's $2 per carload. So you could have, like we did in the old days with the movies, we would have 10 people packed in the trunk and take them in to the movies, right? So anyways, so that's a $2 per carload is really, really nothing. But when we put in a self-paying kiosk, that's going to have some labor benefits to us as well, is it not? Because right now it requires 2 people. It's a double lock system out there, so you have to have a person go out there with a key and get the lockbox out of there and then take it back to community services, and that requires 2 people to spend whatever amount of time to count the cash that's in there. So this will also facilitate, even though we're paying for the kiosk, it'll facilitate a labor savings. That's my observation. Am I right on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. We have a self-pay box out there that has a lockbox in a lockbox, so that the park ranger who goes and collects the lockbox does not have access to the interior lockbacks. So we have one person go out there every day and collect the box inside the box, bring it into the office, and then it is opened in dual custody and then counted later by another group of folks in dual custody. So it would be necessitate a labor savings, kind of. That same ranger that picks up the pay box is also the ranger that annually or daily inspects the range. We have a presence at the range every single day, sometimes multiple times a day, to empty trash, inspect for safety. So that labor does not go away.
So, but I also noticed in your annual pass, it's $50 per car, which is basically less than $5 a month, okay, to use that. So somebody that's going to facilitate that for a long range period of time. We're not increasing that fee whatsoever, as I see this document. So,
Scott Morgan, Community Service Director, that is correct. And again, it's difficult to understand what takes place in the debate. You witnessed it when you saw our advisory board make recommendations, and oftentimes it's not based on any other reason other than what feels good or feels right to others. And that is some of the balancing act that staff takes on, is to help and guide that process into a logical decision when making it. And the $5 is based on what people felt most comfortable in pulling out their credit card or their debit card, and would also help cover our fees. Because we said, do people want to come up and pay $2 on their debit and credit card? That felt awkward to many folks. And then our net after paying credit card costs would be well below. And we also pay the Ventec company that runs the self-pay kiosk a fee to manage that annually. Did not seem like it makes sense from a customer standpoint. And $5 from a feeling standpoint was really what guided the recommendations from the advisory board as a reasonable cost. Again, we want people to use the shooting range as a safe place to shoot in Douglas County. There are many, many options, free options, and so we did not want price to be a deterrent. These are the recommendations of the advisory boards. And so that's where $5 was settled in for this fee. And then again, the annual pass did not change.
Thank you. Commissioners, any additional comments before we go to public comment on this? Okay.
Are you
Commissioner
talking
Nelson?
about the whole thing or just the shooting range?
No, just the whole thing, I guess.
Okay, I do have one
Okay.
comment, and that is, I really appreciate Mr. Gerken bringing up this question, and that is this based on market rate or is it based on cost? And I appreciate the information about the costs that are involved and understanding a little bit better about that. And I wouldn't want to subsidize that, and yet I wouldn't want to go try and get market rate. So I think what you've described is a pretty good aim about what the costs are. And I know that to come up with more precise costs would actually take quite a bit of work, and I'm not sure that it would be easily done because I don't think you keep records in terms of time spent in that detail. So for me, I'm satisfied with what's been presented.
Public comment, guys? Ladies? Okay, we'll go to public comment. Thank you for your presentation. We'll go to public comment on this. Is there any additional public comment on this in chambers?
Yeah, there we go. Ellie Waller. I wasn't going to comment on this, but a couple things piqued my interest. I'm new to Douglas County, relatively new. Most homeowners associations self-manage buoy fields in and out. The county is providing a service here, which is what piqued my interest. Also, for people in the audience here that don't understand the Lincoln Park area, the geography would be nice to be explained to the public just so they better understand what is being covered here. And I'm just curious why they don't self-manage. And in addition, they are required to pay mooring fees through the TRPA planning agency. Are we providing that service? Are we working with TRPA instead of a homeowners association or whatever this buoy field is? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, I'll ask you to perhaps respond to that after we finish with public comment.
Good morning, Chad Gerken again. Just wanted to, first of all, thank Mr. Morgan. Over the years, he has been really good to work with in Parks and Rec. Liz Bumgardner has also done a very good job being responsive to any questions and administering the program. So I do want to say thank you for that. A couple clarification items. 3 years ago, when I paid my buoy fee, it was $1,800. That's gone up to $2,000. So I think within the last 3 years, there has been a $200 increase. And then the other thing I do have right here, which it might be helpful for the board members, what the Marla Bay Protective Association pays. It has a breakdown. I do notice, so state lands fee, which may go up. There's always that chance. There was a big battle that was fought to get the buoy and pier fees increased. It went on here, it's showing $191. I believe that's $250. There's also a breakdown per buoy for the TRPA annual registration fee. And so I think this breakdown kind of gives you an idea of what a neighborhood association can run this program for. I understand that we're Douglas County. It might be different, but I think that's worth looking at. And I really would like to see an actual breakdown of the cost. Then as far as the debate, whether it's trying to be set to market, I did speak to 2 board members, and they said there was lengthy discussion bringing up rates at Round Hill Pines, and I think we heard up to $30,000, which I'm currently, I don't know where that might be. I know incline's very high, but we don't have, again, any of those services. So if you'd like, I can give you a copy of kind of how Marla Bay breaks it down. They do pull their buoys every year. They do set them back out in the spring. So I think it's kind of a good kind of comparison. So if you like, I can give those to you.
I think what I'd ask you to do is just give that to our clerk for entering into the record. Is any individual commissioner wish to have that information at this time? Okay. So, is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, additional comment. Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring that back to the board then. Ms. Waller asked a question, I guess, regarding the legal requirements that we do it versus some, is that where we are? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Scott Morgan, Community Services Director. I'm going to attempt to answer Ms. Waller's questions as well as comments that were made under public comment. First, on the geography, Lincoln Park is right next to Cave Rock, the Cave Rock State Park and boat launch. And for those people that are not residents of the Lincoln Park subdivision, they are encouraged to pay a fee to park their vehicle at Cave Rock and access their buoy or their boat if they do not live in Lincoln Park from Cave Rock, and either dinghy it with an inflatable or how else they or swim out to their boat. We're not quite sure, but we do not ask them to park inside the subdivision. The mooring field also has, we have 3 piers that Douglas County permits. 2 of them are usable, 1 is not. And so we pay fees for, I think, 7 or 8 breakwaters and 3 piers in Lincoln Park subdivision. And so that gives you some of the geography and the logistics. There is no public restrooms. There is no public trash containers. There is public access at 3 different locations into the county-owned beach or littoral property and the mooring fields, but there is no parking or adequate parking to support an outside use or recreational use. So we do not advertise the county's ownership of that littoral property within the Lincoln Park subdivision. We do on-site advertise the location of safe public access and identify where private property is and where the county property is as well. Now, why there's not a homeowners association, and if I drift astray, Doug, you can help me out, but I've been involved in this property for a very, very long time. There was a point in time around 25 years ago where the county was giving quiet title to littoral property owners. And in Lake Tahoe, it's one of the few places where you can own to the low water mark, where in most lakefront properties or in waterfront properties, you own to the high water mark. Well, around Lake Tahoe, you own to the low water mark. Well, long story short, what happened is some of the lakefront property owners that had the quiet title action fenced their property all the way down to the low water mark and then no trespassed it. Those are the front lot owners. Lincoln Park has layers of lot owners, and we commonly refer to them as lakefront and backlot. And the backlot owners have a recreation easement across that, what is now county property. And so lengthy litigation all the way to the Nevada Supreme Court regarding that property use took place. And about 8 years ago, give or take 2 years on either side, it was said, Scott, that's your property. Go in there. I need you to tear out all the fences. I need you to tear out anything that isn't permitted on county property. We took out yards, sprinkler systems, statues, fences, and all the barriers that were in place. And then we, at great expense, improved the 3 public accesses and created signage. Along with that came the mooring fields. So why there is not a homeowners association is because the court dictated that the county is the owner of that property and manage it. And when we tried to have some type of incorporation, we got very, very creative with the lot owners there. And to put it bluntly, the mistrust between the back lot owners and the lake owners said that it really needs to be operated by the county. And until somebody comes up with a better solution, which we would certainly entertain, we are the managers of that property. And it has its challenges, labor-wise, logistics-wise. We have a hard time getting our equipment down there, our vehicles down there, but we do. We are the unfortunate enforcers of the countless dinghies, kayaks, and watercraft that are beached on the county property. And so it is labor-intensive. And the prices or the quotes that you heard were not staff-supplied market rate costs. These are Park and Rec Advisory Board members, as well as Senior Service and Public Transit Advisory Board members, personal experiences. And again, staff has been very clear, this is not about a market rate. We just did not think and impressed upon our advisory boards that the taxpayers of Douglas County should not be subsidizing what is essentially a private buoy field for the owners of Lincoln Park. That we take great length in managing to make sure they get first priority, and then only after their needs have been met do we open up to the public. That is a labor-intensive process, because even though now it's south of $1,700 a year, when people hear that, we get a lot of interest. Oh, I hear you have a mooring. Do you have a waiting list? Put me on it. It's, what is it? And then it was, under $1,000 when you averaged it out over the 3 years for $2,000. It was very, very attractive. Do you understand? We won't let you park inside the subdivision. You understand you're going to have to access it from someplace else. You're going to have to park someplace else if you want to walk through the subdivision. So it was, again, very labor intensive for the protection of our residents. And so there is a lot that went into the recommendation. I can assure you that the recommendations by these advisory boards were not taken lightly. There was significant debate and challenges, and the buoy field kind of got caught up in it. It really started with the membership rates. And as our labor costs went up for operating our facilities, we really started, and then momentum took place and said, if we're going to tear the Band-Aid off, they methodically went through every single fee and charge we had and debated that. And this is one that, when asked quickly, hey, is this covering our costs, Scott? Well, offhand, I don't believe it is, because I know what our state lands permit costs are dealing with TRPA, and certainly the labor that it takes administratively and maintenance-wise, that factored into the decision. And I can assure you that it had nothing to do to say, everybody else is paying X. We should be charging this. Because again, that's not what we want. We just did not want to tax subsidize what is essentially a private buoy field. Hopefully I answered your question.
I think that does. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Any additional questions or comments from the board? I wanted to indicate it would almost have been better to just say, we're going to do here's what our costs are, and we'll do it annually. And then we'll look at it annually, and we'll adjust the prices based on that. And that may have been more palatable and to the members of the public that are doing this, because it does seem like a very large increase. And I listened to, and I know that item really did get beat up at the Parks and Recreations Commission. That happened to be, by the way, that meeting, as I recall, was in the Tahoe Township, right? So members of the public certainly had an opportunity to participate in that meeting, and I don't recall any members of the public coming to that for debate on that item or any of these items. But if it's at 17, if you say the cost are $1,700 thereabouts on an annual basis, at 3 years, that's $5,100 by my calculation. So $5,000. Once again, it does seem like a huge increase, but if you had been adjusting it on an annual basis, incrementally based on the cost, perhaps that would have been more palatable to the public. So I understand their concerns as well. So anyways, any other commissioners have questions? Okay. So, and we've had public comment, so are we entertaining a motion?
Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the Parks and Recreation 2023 Program and Facilities Manual as presented.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to approve the Parks and Recreation's 2023 Program and Facilities Manual as presented. Sensing no discussion on that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those no?
No, and I'd like to state on the record, right?
Okay. The motion passes 4-1, and Mr. Tarkanian wishes to comment on this.
And my reasoning is only dealing with the buoy issue, and I just think that transparency to the residents is very important, and that we should provide them with what the cost is. I don't have any doubt that you guys have put together something, honestly believe that's a cost, but the people that are paying for this should see where this cost comes from. I disagree with Chairman Gardner's statement saying that if it was done annually, it wouldn't be so expensive. It's a 150% increase over 3.5 years or 3 years, whatever it is. That's extremely high. The public's paying so much more for everything else with inflation. We should be very conscious of additional costs we're putting back towards them. So that was my reasoning.
Thank you, Mr. Tarkanian. Thank you, Mr. Morgan, Miss Adie. Appreciate it. We need a break? Okay. Mr. DA, I'm going to ask you to indulge us for 10 minutes, and we'll be back at 11:30. We can do that? Okay, thank you. If Commissioner Hales, I don't mean to interrupt your conversation, but it is 11:30. Okay. Okay. Okay, it's 11:30, and we'll go back into session, call it back to order, and go to item number D for possible action, discussion to approve a $152,896 professional services contract with Kerry Rosser Law Limited, a Nevada limited liability company, to provide legal services to Douglas County from February 1st, 2023 through January 31st, 2025. Authorize a transfer of $63,707 from the salaries expense to professional services budget within the district attorney's office budget, and authorize the district attorney to execute any necessary documents. This is being presented by our district attorney, Mark Jackson.
Thank you.
We haven't seen you in a while. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Gardner, Commissioners. Again, for the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney. And I actually would like to start this presentation where our Community Service Director, Scott Morgan, ended his presentation about the Lincoln Park litigation, only to the extent that that highlights some of the complex litigation that my office has been involved in. And it also highlights the importance of having good, competent attorneys assigned to the civil division. This contract for Kerry Rosser Law Ltd. Is Kerry Rosser. Kerry Rosser is a former deputy district attorney with my office. I hired her in May of 2017 as a Deputy District Attorney 2. She was assigned to the Civil Division, and within 3 years she progressed to a Deputy DA 3, which is one of the fastest progressions that's ever occurred in the office since I've been the DA, over 16 years. And a Deputy DA 3 is a senior Deputy DA. And she left the employment with the county in February of 2022. Because her husband, who was a naval aviator, which brought her to Nevada and to Fallon, to be specific, when he ended his obligations to the Navy, he became a commercial airline pilot, and his hub was assigned on the East Coast. I want to state that if I was to search nationally for someone as uniquely qualified for handling some of these matters, it would be hard to find someone that can match truly the skill set of Kerry Rosser. A little bit of background on her. She obtained her Bachelor of Science degree in Aerospace, Aeronautical, and Astronautical Engineering from Georgia Institute of Technology, more commonly referred to as Georgia Tech. If you follow any of the rankings as far as the technology universities, you will probably not find a ranking that doesn't have Georgia Tech in the top 10. Some rankings have it number 1, even in front of Massachusetts Institute of Technology and Stanford. She attended law school at Vermont Law School. She had honors. She was a member of the law review there. Somewhat like her husband, but not nearly to that degree. I know at one time she obviously also held a private pilot license. Her engineering background has been very beneficial because when she was employed in my office for nearly 5 years, the primary client that she served was Public Works, engineering, fleet services, facilities. She worked with the water and sewer utilities, the Regional Transportation Commission, roads, the stormwater program, and she proved year after year that her legal skill set was an extreme benefit to Douglas County. As a matter of fact, Phil Ritger, who is the Director of Public Works, would send emails or even make phone calls and thanking me for employing her and what she brought to the table and how beneficial it was for Douglas County and the cost savings for Douglas County and working through some very, very difficult issues. Well, she also has worked on issues related to the airport and the Airport Advisory Committee. Again, the only person in my office that has a background in aviation, not only through her schooling, but also at one time holding a private pilot license. And it's just within her family. So up until yesterday at 3:30, I had never heard anything but praise, accolades, accommodations for Carrie. But I was advised yesterday afternoon that there was some issues that may need to be addressed or may be discussed at this meeting. And I just want to have an opportunity to present on this contract first and ask you to approve this contract. I got to be careful about how I talk about any of the issues. I can tell you that none of them are going into matters other than perceptions as to legal advice perhaps it was given. And I will tell you that with respect to one of the items, I stand behind the legal advice. You've heard it from me. You've heard it from Doug Ritchie, who sits with this board the majority of the time. You've heard it from Cynthia Gregory in my office and Zach Wadley, and even from Carrie Rosser. We sit not only with this board, but with the majority of the boards and committees, advisory committees in the county. And we try to remain consistent on our advice, not only with ethics and government, and especially on the open meeting law and the importance of the open meeting law and the transparency, because Nevada is unique. We have I would say, some of the best laws in the country on the open meeting law as far as transparency. A meeting, as defined under the open meeting law under Chapter 241, is a gathering of a quorum of members of a particular body, not just for taking action, where some other states define it that way, but it also includes deliberation towards a decision, not taking a decision, but that deliberation. So if there is a meeting and we have a majority of the members of a particular body that went to a meeting that they thought may be informational, but it's within the purview of that particular body, and they're going to engage in discussions and deliberate over matters that are going to be discussed, our advice consistently has been and will continue to be that, fine, you can do that, but it's going to be properly agendized. So that was one of the issues. I did speak to an individual on the phone last evening for an hour and 13 minutes. Discussed all of those issues. I want to sit down with that individual because it's very important to me that the relationship between my office, including anyone that we contract with, and any body that we work with or any individual members, that we make sure that we're doing everything for the best interests of the county. And so you have my promise on that, and I've given that promise to that individual. I don't know if that individual will be providing public comment today. But I'll leave that up to him. That'd be his own story to be able to tell. So I stand behind this contract. This was kind of thinking outside of the box. I think you all are well aware it's not a Douglas County issue. It's not a Nevada issue. It truly is a national issue on recruitment and hiring of people for certain government positions. I think the state of Nevada is down over 25% in their positions. Some departments like parole and probation, prisons, and highway patrol are approaching 50% vacancies. I currently have one vacancy in my civil division and one vacancy in my criminal division. And it's very difficult getting qualified applicants for filling these vacancies. What happened when Ms. Rosser left my office, I came before the board and took that position out of my positions out of the personnel, and we transferred it from the salaries and benefits to the services and supplies. Otherwise, if this was just a position of one of my deputy DAs, we wouldn't even be having this discussion because it wouldn't be coming before the board because of the separation of powers. But because this is a contract, that's why this matter, I think, is being brought up. So I do appreciate it, and not just to anybody that could have any issue with anyone in my office. I have an open door. The phone number to my office is 775-782-9800. I'm more than willing to talk to anybody that has issues regarding the airport, public works, any matter over which we provide civil support and advice to the boards and commissions. And with that, I'll close my presentation.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Jackson? So I wanted to make just an observation, Mr. Jackson, is that, and this is, we had a discussion yesterday, and I really appreciate the time that you afforded me and also with Chief Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie on this particular item, because I had that question, if you recall, is why is this even on our, on our agenda? Because, and you did a very good job of just explaining why that is on our agenda versus you just taking that action on behalf of the DA's office. And I do appreciate the separation of the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and then the law enforcement branch as well, or the administrative branch. So anyways, thank you very much. And I think it was enjoyable actually listening to some of the things that Carrie Rosser brings to the job. So I think that was good for the public to hear and for us to hear as well. So thank you very much. Any other questions, commissioners? Sensing none, members of the public, this is for possible action, so we'll entertain public comment at this time. I would ask once again the public to understand that what we're doing is discussing the professional services contract with Carrie Rosser Law Limited. Your comments should be limited to that and pertain to that. So members of the public, you're welcome for public comment at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jason Gibson with the Citizens Coalition for Justice here in Douglas County. There's no doubt that Carrie Rosser is a very knowledgeable, hardworking, intelligent individual. We're sure of that. We would have the action item D read to provide lawful services, not legal services. There's a difference between lawful and legal. This is not a community development facet of Douglas County. This is a corporate commercial charter practicing under the color of law, a facet of legalese that pertains specifically to the representative interests of the county, not as a neutral party to the people of Douglas County, but specifically on behalf of the commercial interests of those people who work as employees of Douglas County. The reason for the vacancies that Mr. Jackson mentioned is because they built an entire industry on falsehood. They've built a criminal economy utilizing fraudulent means, ballooning the police state to forward their best interests, creating the crime that they're paid to police and regulate. If it were not so, then we would have heard back from Mr. Jackson about his open door attitude and policy with regard to the discovery of the law of time and the Natural Law Peace Initiative of 1933. For the last 11 months, we provided his agency with that material. For the last 11 months, we provided it to the board. Not a single comment, question, acknowledgement, or thank you whatsoever. Over 60 years it took to bring that forward. And you would think these people would be interested in genuine solutions. but they're not. So therefore, we're opposed to any further contracts or funding. They already have 9 public defenders and prosecutors down there. One of their recent prosecutors rolled his vehicle in a DUI incident January 8th. Why should we trust any other contract dealings with this agency? Furthermore, Mr. Jackson endorsed the falsification of police reports that were used to target, profile, and harass me, which has resulted in a snowball effect and the result of over a half a dozen lawsuits. And that's the facts.
Once again, Mr. Gibson, I have to comment that the comments need to stay on subject, on topic. I'm sorry, but I don't think this board agrees. So any additional, is there any, thank you, any additional public comment regarding a professional services contract with Curry Rosser Law?
Yeah, Phil Whitker, Director of Public Works, for the record. I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments that District Attorney Mark Jackson has already made to this board with regards to Ms. Rosser and her the work that she has done for Public Works in my tenure there in the last 4 years. I can. She's on the civil side, so as a result, she keeps us out of the criminal courts by making sure we follow NRS and county code, and that's really, you know, if you really wade deep into this, especially within the NRS and things like that, as engineers, as the people doing that kind of work, it's very easy. I've found out in the last 4 years, it's very easy to get tripped up in what is allowed within the law versus what you would like to do. And Carrie has been masterful in making sure that we stay out of the other side of the courts when it comes to this. So I want to thank her for that. I knew she had an engineering background. I'm glad Mark brought that up because that's one of her real strengths in terms of working, especially with the engineering group and the water and utility group, as well as roads, is her background in engineering and her ability to really deal with those issues and those concepts and the technical details. It's not just the law that she brings to the table, it's also her technical capabilities. The fact that she's from Georgia Tech and I'm from Purdue and go Boilermakers, I will not hold that against her even if we do this contract. As a matter of fact, I think it's probably healthy. So we too have an aviation department there, by the way, and I think it's a couple of NASA guys came from there. Several moon landings actually out of Purdue. So just for the record. Anyway, that's I just wanted to make that comment that and I could highlight one thing very early on in my career here with her, and she was instrumental in saving the county about $1 million worth of water rights in a negotiation on a very long and a very old development agreement. And it was through her work and her efforts that we were able to bring resolution to that without having to spend $1 million on not only in legal fees but also on the actual water rights themselves. So she's very instrumental in what we can accomplish as a department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richter.
Did you, Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Notwithstanding that glowing report previous to this, I do have a few comments. During an AAC meeting with the DA's office oversight, I was engaged in a constructive conversation regarding an agenda item involving the airport marketing plan. My discussion was with ABS. The monitoring department indicated they didn't want any back and forth, so they stopped my discussion. I indicated that back and forth is defined as a conversation. However, the chairman at that time upheld the directive and my discussion was terminated. I felt that I was approaching a subject that was not to be discussed. 2, I wanted to include an agenda item to discuss the recommendation to the BOCC that a performance audit be conducted regarding the ABS contract. The aim being to determine the extent of compliance with the performance elements of the contract. I stipulated that finance and costs would not be included. I received a letter from the DA's office strongly suggesting that I withdraw my agenda item. Other than clear possible open meeting law issues, I don't feel it's the position of the DA's office to interfere with the agenda suggestions of any AAC member. I did not withdraw my agenda item. 3, regarding a subsequent agenda item, when it came time to present my agenda item to the AAC, the DA's office had changed the wording of my agenda item without contacting me at all. The modification changed the entire meaning of the agenda item. The DA's office didn't have the respect for an AAC member to discuss a possible change in the agenda item. 4, prior to the ABS Town Hall FAA safety meeting, December 6, 2022, I was called and asked whether I was going to attend. I indicated I would be. When I asked why the question, I was told that the DA's office had instructed that if a quorum of the AAC attends the town hall meeting, the agenda would necessarily need to be constructed and published. I indicated that it was absolutely wrong. I explained that the town hall meeting was not an AAC meeting. There was no deliberation, no voting, and no discussion among members. It was held by ABS. Apparently, the DA's office had miscommunicated, causing undue stress. If you attended that safety meeting, you will recall that this came up as an issue. In fact, Commissioner Mark Gardner had to address the entire assembly, correcting the mistake of a very fundamental element of the open meeting law. 5, at a recent AAC meeting monitored by the DA's office, on several occasions, the monitor was called upon to give an opinion. Each time, the response was, quote, "Can you repeat the question? I missed it," unquote. The AC meeting started at 4 p.m. and lasted 4 hours. If this duration was an attention problem, it begs the question, will the condition worsen when the AAC meetings are changed to a starting time of 6 p.m.? Thank you much.
Thank you. Mr. Ersick, well, I believe we all know you, but we need your name stated into the record,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry, A.J. Ersick for the record. I missed it again, but I wrote it down.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good, still morning barely. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you, Mr. DA, for your information about Ms. Rosser. Some things I didn't know. Kind of gives some clarity as to why you would want to pursue the contract. Although I have some comments to be considered, I support Mr. Ersick's comments because I've been present in the meetings where he references these actions had taken place, including the December 6th meeting. And it's kind of unfortunate that more members didn't show up, AAC members didn't show up at the meeting, which were for the public, because of Ms. Rosser's comments regarding maybe a violation of open meeting law, which I believe also was an error, but I'm no legal expert. I'd like to point out a couple of things that are concerning to me as an individual who's involved with the airport. One of them is, why is Douglas County continuing to annex the DA's office 2,500 miles away to Washington, D.C. now? The time zones are so different, but the explanation of her qualifications makes some clarity there. I can understand. It's still an issue as far as being up late. Is it not preferred to have the DA's office physically present at meetings for which the DA office provides counsel? Carson City Airport does authority. Their authority has attorney in the meeting present. It's very useful. I've seen it in many occasions to be useful. Are there not sufficient numbers of attorneys local in Nevada whereby Douglas County would not have to annex a DA's office and its duties to another state? Once again, her qualifications seem to be, an answer to that possibly. It's still a concern. If the DA's office solicited this level of staff, did it not, make a quality, do we not receive quality local responses from other qualified attorneys? Was it properly notified to the community that this was available? Why not keep the revenue paid for legal services or contracts local? This is over $150K a year. Our local economy can benefit from those revenues staying local. Yeah, that'll sum it up. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers?
Jim Slade. I remember Ms. Rosser from when she was a deputy DA here, and in my few interactions with her, I always thought that she did a good job. And I certainly trust our district attorney in his belief that she provides a worthwhile service to his office and that her 5 years of experience here in Douglas County is invaluable. In this day and age, it's clear that a great many jobs can be done remotely and done well. It's also clear that many, many employers nationwide, both private and governmental, are having great difficulties making good new hires. And that includes a number of departments here with our county government. I think the county would find it very difficult to hire someone as well qualified as Ms. Rosser. So to me, if District Attorney Jackson feels that this is a necessary, valuable, and worthwhile professional service contract, then I urge you to trust him on that and approve this item.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have a couple people with their hand raised. Mr. Ingalls, do you have public comment on agenda item D? Mr. Ingalls, do you have public comment on agenda item D?
Yes, John Engels, Gardnerville. I agree with the statements that Mr. Slade just made, even though the board of directors don't seem to think that his judgment is very good. And in conjunction with the matter being discussed, District Attorney Jackson has done an admirable job with him and his department. And this is important because our county has been kept safe. It's not just the sheriffs. The sheriffs are the tip of the spear. But then you have to have a good DA's department, good strong prosecutors, and then good judges. So the point of this is that if he says that this is the way to go, I trust his judgment, and we should take that into consideration. So I would support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. Roger, do you have public comment on agenda item D?
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate that I felt that the
Roger?
Zoom, Roger Harker, do you have me?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, Roger Harker for the record. I just felt that the Zoom meeting, I understand her qualifications, but I felt that it was quite a bit less effective than if she had been in place in the meeting. That's my comment.
Thank you. Any additional public comment online? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comments or questions from Mr. Jackson? Commissioner Hales?
I don't have questions. I'm ready to discuss.
Let me ask just Commissioner Tarkanian, no said, Rice? Okay, I have no additional questions. Thank you. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the professional services contract for Carrie Rosser Law.
I would like to discuss just briefly.
Oh, okay.
So I really appreciate the information Mr. Jackson brought, and I really appreciate that the county, that your office specifically, is willing to think outside the box to keep employees who've been proven to be really great. So I'm in support of this. I will also say, as it happens, that I, as an attorney, represent a school district, and on occasion, I have to attend their meetings remotely because of circumstances. And it's harder. And I feel like I never do quite as good a job as when I'm actually in the room. And so I understand the concerns that have been brought up, and I guess my only point in that regard is that your office is fully capable of figuring out if you need someone to handle just the in-person meetings at times. Maybe you want to consider that, maybe not, up to you, but up to you all in your office. But I'm in full support of this contract.
Thank you. Additional comments, commissioners? Mr. DA, Mark Jackson, you wanted to comment to that?
Yes, thank you. For the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney. That was one of the issues that I did discuss with one of the speakers during that 1 hour plus phone call. And again, I informed him if I'm not aware about an issue, I can't address the issue. But I've already had discussions with my Chief Civil Deputy DA, Doug Ritchie. I do not want that to be an issue at all. I also recognize that, yes, we can provide support, legal support remotely. I also agree with you that it is best done at the venue. So I want to work with the members of the Airport Advisory Committee to get some local representation at those meetings, especially if there is going to be a change starting the meetings even later. I think that is important to have someone that will be right there. So I'm already working on that. I do very much appreciate your comments.
Okay.
I'll move
Commissioner Hales.
I'll move to approve the contract
Okay.
as presented.
Second.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve $152,000, $896 professional services contract with Carey Rosser Law, Ltd., a Nevada limited liability company to provide legal services to Douglas County from February 1st, 2023 through January 2025 as presented. All those, sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Anyways, Mr. Jackson, I'm not going to ask you to indulge us for another hour. It's noon, but I think we can move through item E before we take a break for lunch. So we'll, that way you can get back to your office and work. So not that this isn't work, but you know what I'm saying, okay? So we'll go to item E, and then after we wrap up our comments regarding item E, then commissioners will take a break for an hour for lunch, okay? Everybody in agreement with that? Okay. I didn't see anybody shake their head no, so. Okay. For possible action, discussion to approve Douglas County's participation in the Walmart settlement as a part of One Nevada agreement on the allocation of opioid recoveries and authorize the county manager to execute any required documents. This also is being presented by District Attorney Mark Jackson.
Thank you again, Chairman Gardner, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney. I'll try to be brief on this. However, if some of you may recall, 5 years ago, I brought a presentation before the board, and that was after numerous discussions with the Sheriff's Office and even our current Sheriff, Dan Coverly, talking about the opioid epidemic and the number of overdoses that we were facing that were being tracked both by the coroner reports as well as what was being submitted to my office. Through that, we ultimately entered into a contract for legal services with a firm out of Las Vegas as well as Reno to handle litigation against opioid manufacturers and distributors and even some retailers. And since we began that litigation. Some of it has gone into a federal MDL, multi-district litigation, which is based out of Cincinnati, Ohio, because this is, a national issue, and a lot of states and counties and municipalities have filed lawsuits. We have had, as you're well aware, other settlements that have been approved and been brought forward. This is the latest one dealing with the Walmart. The big players are still out there. We may be proceeding to litigation on that. And then once that is resolved, of course, monies that we anticipate that we would recover in that would come back. So they come back to the state one of two ways. This One Nevada agreement are the monies that are coming now, our portion, will come directly to the county. And then there's dollars that are going to the state under the Resilient Nevada, and that's going to be much like obtaining a grant through that. So there are requirements about how this money is to be used, and it must be used regarding mitigation of opioids. It can be community-based, local-based, or we can look at some potential regional partners. So with this settlement, we will have close to half a $500,000 just for Douglas County. I have been working, and I would like to thank Brooke Adey, who the Assistant Director of Community Service. She led the efforts on putting together what's called a needs assessment, which is required under laws that were passed last session dealing with the Resilient Nevada dollars as well as the One Nevada dollars and how they will be used. We anticipate coming forward March, no later than April, to bring something before the board, because ultimately you're going to decide how these dollars will be spent. And so this needs assessment is a project that we've been working on for many, many months. Been working with Sheriff Coverly, Under Sheriff Elgis, again, Brooke Adey, Judicial Services, our court administrator, Bobby Williams, Mike Torres, Chief of Juvenile Probation. I believe that they've all been present at pretty much every meeting as we work through this. So as you can see, these are big dollars, and I think that we can effectuate some changes for the good in the future, and then be able to be a pass-through of obtaining some of the other dollars that are currently being held by the state, bringing them back to the county, and then allowing like our partnership Douglas County to come in, which is our Health and Wellness Coalition, part of the statewide coalition, and they do an amazing job dealing with education and prevention efforts throughout all of our communities within Douglas County, and to have dollars available for them to be able to pursue prevention and treatment specific to the opioids. So I am excited that this matter is before you, and look forward to seeing you in a few more months for an approval of our needs assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any comments from the commissioners before we go to public comment? I wanted to ask, clarify, this is just one piece of the pie in this opioid thing that we're taking advantage of today. Is that correct?
Yes, it's hard to talk about again, for the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney. It's difficult to state that when we're talking about a piece of pie, at least at this settlement amount coming in at $32 million, but that's actually a very, very small piece of the pie for recovery for Nevada as well as Douglas County. This is one of the smaller players dealing in this opioid epidemic and what caused this opioid epidemic.
And the other question I had was, this comes with restrictions, though. I mean, we just can't put this in the general fund and spend at will, right? Is that correct?
For the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney, that is correct.
Okay, I think it's important for the public to understand that. So anyways, with that, if commissioners don't have any other questions, then we'll go to public comment on this. Is there any public comment here in chambers regarding the Douglas County's participation in the Walmart settlement?
Jim Slade. At over 300 pages long, this is the largest item in today's agenda by pages. It's clear that there's an opioid epidemic in our country, both red and blue states and counties, both urban and rural, and right here in Douglas County. There are a great many people who are addicted to opioids, and much of that nowadays is laced with fentanyl, causing hundreds of thousands of deaths nationwide. I commend our sheriff and his department for their diligent work in fighting against this. You may have noticed that someone was recently sentenced to 32 years in prison for dealing fentanyl here. And some of our sheriff's deputies have been put at risk personally from this, so that's a concern here. Personally, a young friend of mine in his early 20s who had become addicted to opioids for pain died of a fentanyl overdose just last year. I commend our district attorney for his diligence in pursuing this scourge of illegal drugs in our county and his continued involvement in the multiple opioid settlements. As always, I'm impressed with his honesty and integrity in all matters. Sadly, that's not always true with some board members. The entire Walmart settlement is $2.74 billion. Of course, that doesn't come out of the pockets of the Walton family, the founders of Walmart. 3 of them are among the wealthiest dozen or so people in America, and those 3 considered together would be the wealthiest in the country. But Walmart's ill-gotten, shameful profits from facilitating opioid addictions and the subsequent deaths that come from them doesn't come from the founders. It is paid for by shareholders and will likely result in higher prices to consumers. Douglas County, of course, has 2 Walmarts, one at each end of our small county. If there's one thing that would make the first impression of Douglas County that it aspires to be like every other community in the U.S., it is being bookended by Walmarts. Again, I thank our DA for pursuing this settlement. We are one of over 11,000 governmental entities involved in this settlement. I would like to ask our DA where the settlement talks stand with Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family, if he's aware of how that is going at this time or whether that's been resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. Additional public comment?
James McCallum for the record. I believe when we first talked about these lawsuits, I also spoke publicly to this board. I think it's great to see something coming from this, and I appreciate the pursuit of it. Besides what we think of as drug dealers, there's a lot of people making money on drugs and on opioids and destroying a lot of lives. I remember being in the hospital and being given opioids, and I wasn't even in pain. And I had more problems from the opioids than from what I was in there for. It's overprescribed. It's too available. And people have surgery for something that seems simple. They go through a process of being relieved from the pain, only to find that the pain relief is worse than what they had. So it's great to see this money coming in, and I hope we can put it to good use to deal with this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment here in chambers?
John Sheridan for the record. I just want to thank our State Attorney General Aaron Ford and our Douglas County District Attorney Mark Jackson for pursuing this. I was curious if this board could ask a question of Mr. Jackson. Is there a designated formula that sets aside money for Douglas County out of these settlements? Are we at the whim of the state designating money to us based on these settlements? Thank you.
Thank you. And any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing no other further comment, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board. And I would, Mr. Jackson, do you have an answer to maybe some of those questions?
Yes, for the record, Mark Jackson, Douglas County District Attorney. As to the first question about the status of the lawsuit against Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family, when I mentioned during my initial presentation about the big player, that's who I was referring to. And right now we are looking at most likely going into litigation with Purdue Pharma. We believe that we have a story to tell. This lawsuit that we have filed is filed here in Douglas County. If we do proceed to trial here in Douglas County, then the jury is going to be amongst our peers. And we think this would be a fantastic community to present all of the facts and information regarding what led to this opioid epidemic. As a matter of fact, I can't think of a better county to present that in the entire country than right here in Douglas County. So we're excited if we do get that opportunity, and we're prepared to do that. With respect to the second part of the question, I believe that it is in part of the packet. It's in that One Nevada agreement that we have, where all of the participating counties and municipalities and the state, it breaks it down what the percentage of recoveries will be. With respect to the Resilient Nevada dollars, which again would be distributed based upon somewhat of a grant type of application process, that will be based upon needs and needs specific. And it can't happen unless we get a needs assessment, which is approved by the board, which is why we'll be bringing that forward. And we can probably have some further discussions about that issue and more towards that question when we bring this forward in a month or two. Thank you.
Thank you for answering those questions. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Jackson on this? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Hales.
I'll move to approve Douglas County's participation in the Walmart settlement as part of the One Nevada agreement.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noah Sad to approve the Douglas County's participation in the Walmart settlement as a part of the One Nevada agreement on the allocation of opioid recoveries and authorize county manager to execute any required documents. Sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr. Jackson. And your diligence on this particular item is extremely important to Douglas County. And hopefully maybe we will have the opportunity to have our peers study this. So thank you very much again. Right now, my computer is saying it's 12:18. I would like to take a break now for lunch and return at 1:30. That is an hour and 12 minutes, so, right, 1:30. So at this time, we'll call the meeting into recess for lunch, and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you very much. Okay, it's 1:35. I indicated we were going to come back into session at 1:30. I apologize and appreciate your indulgence. The restaurant wasn't quite as fast as we thought it would be. But I know Commissioner Rice is on his way in, and Commissioner Tarkanian, I think, is getting a cup of coffee. So just as soon as we have all 5 commissioners back in place, we'll begin the meeting or resume the meeting. Okay, we have all 5 commissioners back in place. Once again, I apologize to the public for the slight delay, but we'll now call this back into session at 1:37 p.m. on 2/16/23, and we'll go to item number 2. Ms. Nadine Jenkins on item number 1, a 20-year continuous service employee called in sick today. So anyways, that item will be brought forward back on a next agenda, I believe. So for item 2, for possible action, discussion to accept the Douglas County Public Administrator's 2022 annual report, and that's being presented by our Public Administrator, Mr. Walsh.
There we go. Good afternoon, Chairmen, Commissioners. Steve Walsh, for the record, Douglas County Public Administrator.
You may proceed. You have a presentation, right?
I am just here I'm presenting an annual report today. And I should probably start off saying that this is the first one I've presented. I unfortunately was unaware of the statute when I first started this job, that this was something that was done annually in my position. And I appreciate the help of Mr. Ritchie in guiding me. I'd say I saw it in some paperwork in a kind of a pile from my predecessor, but I didn't really know what it was. And unfortunately, I didn't pursue it. So I'm glad to say I'm here today to present and explain and answer any questions you might have. And then further, I'm going to do it on a quarterly basis, which is much more in parallel with other departments that have similar reporting requirements. And I think they'll make a lot more sense once I get into the regular rotation for presentations to you folks.
Very good. So we have the annual report that's published on our page, what is it, 555, yeah. So Commissioners, is there any questions for our Public Administrator, Mr. Walsh? Commissioner Hales.
Is this the report? Are we done with the report?
I guess
report?
the report that is published, I believe, on page 555 is the report, if I take it correctly.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I guess I would I would invite you to share how this process, how you work with the courts in going through administrations and the kinds of reporting you do to the courts.
Again, for the record, Steve Walsh, Douglas County Public Administrator. The reporting to the courts is would fall under all of the normal probate guidelines. 99% of what I usually do is act on the behalf of an absent administrator in a family. If there's not one available or one eligible, my office will act on behalf of that family member for the benefit of the beneficiaries, again, if we find them. So a good portion of my work is investigative in nature, looking for heirs or looking for family members, kind of an extension of what our sheriff department already does on their initial coroner investigations. Further than that, once the process starts, there's a checklist of process that goes through a normal probate. I follow it just like any individual would that does a probate for a family member or in any other manner.
So I'm sorry if this is too elementary, but I think it might be important for the public to know. And that is, just to be clear, whenever there's someone who dies that doesn't have family or a will or a plan in place, then you step in and act as the administrator of the estate. And in that capacity, you find out what all the assets and liabilities are, and you report all of that to the court so that there's an independent check on your work. That's accurate?
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate. I provide all of my investigation details. We do an inventory of assets. You mentioned assets. I also inventory liabilities because it is important that creditors and other folks that might be owed by a decedent have an equal opportunity to be heard. I put all that together in inventories and then in a final counting presentation to the court, and then with my recommendation, and obviously the court has the jurisdiction and the court makes the ultimate call. Of course, the judges do here in our county, but we work together to determine what goes to beneficiaries, what gets paid to creditors, whatever is necessary. But those are audited at the end. Yeah, I compile the information and then I give it to the courts. Yes.
And when you say audited, you mean the court reviews it, or is there another auditor?
No other auditor, just the courts.
Okay. I don't know that this is really elementary, Commissioner Hales, honestly. I think there's for lack of a better term, I don't know that our public understands the office of the public administrator, and so I thought that your questions were very appropriate to illustrate, because we haven't had Mr. Walsh come before us previously, and I'm not aware of his activities with previous boards. So I think this is important information for us to articulate to our members of the community, so that they understand what really is the role of the public administrator. We elect a public administrator, I believe, once every 4 years, is it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, but very seldom do we really understand what the office does or is. And so I think that's very important information for us to get out to the public. As I look at your report, you have 18 pending cases. So since January 1st of 2022, you've had 29 new cases. However, 18 of those are still pending. So basically, you've settled 11, if my math is correct, 11 of those cases. Is that Is that an accurate saying?
Not quite. So you see on the report, you see 18 pending cases. Those are cases that could be carried over for a number of reasons. Some of those cases have been around as far back as 2019 for various reasons. Some of those were started, let's say, as recent as maybe September or October in the year, so that's why they're pending, because they still haven't been completed. If you look further down the report, I think the line you'll see is closed cases being 26.
Right.
The parallel, and again, this is an annual report, so it may be slanted a little bit. You're looking at the whole year. Once I start putting these together for you guys on a quarterly basis, they might pan out to make a little more sense. But there are a lot of cases, for example, that I can open in, if I opened a case on January 15th and closed it before the end of the year, it's obviously no longer pending, but it's a closed.
Okay.
And it would be considered a case that I got during the annual, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just curious. You indicated that there's cases that go back as far as 2018. Did I catch that number right? 2018, 2019?
2019 is the oldest case that I have.
Okay, so that's 4 years. It just seems, well, maybe 3 full years. It just seems like an extreme period of time to take to get a case closed. But then again, I don't know what all is involved either. So
it's a very difficult case. Several civil matters we're dealing with. A criminal matter. It actually had to do with a murder, unfortunately, and it was in a foreign country. On top of that, so not only are we dealing with a simple probate matter that should be and normally is resolved in a much tighter timeline than that. Like I say, with wrongful death cases, civil matters, criminal cases in 2 different countries that I don't reside in, and there's been a lot of hurry up and wait. I'll be honest with you guys in this case, and we're actually at one of those standstill points right now. Further.
And you work with our courts on this, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any particular judge, or is it? Is it Judge Gregory or Judge Young, or?
I am fortunate to get to work with both of them.
Okay.
And they're fantastic gentlemen.
Okay.
And we work together very well. I'm happy with.
Okay. Commissioner Hales, you had another question. That's good. No, this is the first time we've seen this, so don't feel shy about that.
To you guys, and I don't mean to cut you off, Commissioner Hales. I'm probably just as happy as you guys are. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I meet someone in the grocery store, or they make a comment that they see a picture of me on the wall out here, and I'll get a comment something like, "Hey, you're somebody important in our community. What do you do?" And when I tell them what I do, they're baffled, or they didn't even know my position exists. So you're saying it's a good thing that I'm here to talk to the public and help you guys understand. I'm equally as happy, if not happier. I wish I had a billboard sometimes, from time to time, because I can help a lot of folks, that need it at a certain time.
Well, I think it's a wonderful service you provide. It's important. And just because someone doesn't have a family member that outlives them to manage this, it doesn't mean that we as a society, a community, shouldn't honor this person's estate and take good care of it. And so I appreciate it. It's a great service you're doing. I also think, I follow a bit about this, and when you have a family left, the family will watch out for their interests. And there's a normal oversight of the administration of an estate. But in cases like this, you don't have that. And I know that the judges may or may not take the time to really delve into the particulars. And so this question might be for Mr. Ritchie, and that is, would it be appropriate to ask for an independent audit to protect you and to protect the estates of those who don't have anyone else watching over them?
Chairman, if I may.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Yes, by statute, the board does have that right to inquire into any estate or to request an audit. Mr. Walsh is an elected official, and as the board is aware, there's audits of all the other departments, the sheriff's, district attorney's office, and so an audit could be requested by the board at any time.
So I would be in favor of approving this report and thanking you, Mr. Walsh, and then also requesting, and it sounds like quarterly reports are going to be set up, and then I would also request that we put an audit, start an audit process.
Commissioner Turkanian, I thought, yeah, no, I know we're going to go to public comment. In regards to the, and I don't disagree with your thought process of having an audit, but who would that audit, who would be involved in that? Would it be our audit committee, Mr. Ritchie? Or who would conduct that?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. We could work with finance on whether to use the county's internal auditor or retain outside auditing firm. Probably what we should do is go ahead and agendize that direction to staff and also to be a budget augment to pay for that for a future board meeting. But the county manager's office could work with Terry Willoughby, the CFO, on the best way to do that.
Yeah, I guess that's where I was leading up to. We can't just independently change this agenda item to include that. It would have to be an agendized item coming back. Otherwise, it would be in violation of OML and failure to publicly notice that, right?
I think this discussion is what within the scope of this agenda item, but to direct an audit and to fund that would be best if we have a future agenda item for that.
Okay. Do I see consensus here? We want to bring that forward again later on for an audit? Not in the future. Yeah, okay. So I think that's kind of the direction we want to go. Okay, so you had additional comments before we go to public comment?
I just wanted to make one short comment on that. I think I would welcome that, by the way, and I think that's a great opportunity. Most of the cases that I work are small and would be relatively easy to audit for whoever or whatever source did that. So I don't think it would be a huge burden expense to the county if that was necessary. Sometimes we run across a case that actually has a little bit. Normally, I guess what I'm saying is a little bit of money where there would be a need for that audit in a larger basis, but for the most part, it's very small. So I think it'd be an easy process.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Cates.
For the record, Patrick Cates. I just want to add. We can talk with our internal auditors and see like what would be involved and what their schedule is. We may be able to do it without additional cost, but we'll have to talk that through.
Okay. So are we ready to go to public comment on this then? Let's go to public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on item number 2 on their agenda.
Jason Gibson, check, 1, 2. Jason Gibson on behalf of the House of Gibson. The reason why Mark Gardner opposes an audit is because it would expose the racketeering schemes of Mr. Walsh and his agency. I'd like to respond to Mrs. Hale's questions because they're very sensible. She's got her thinking cap on today, and give you an idea as to what our experience was with Mr. Walsh and his attorney, Mr. Smiley, and the fraudulent letters of administration that they administered through Judge Nathan without due process. I'd like you to know about how they've obstructed access to notices and proper due process, and how Mr. Walsh conspired with a known felon who has an identity theft criminal background, serving serious time with multiple misdemeanor felony or misdemeanor theft charges, was used by Mr. Walsh in the pursuit of a commission to try to force the sale of my home. to try to force the sale of an estate that's debt-free. He thought he could convince us and pressure us into hiring his attorney. He thought that he could use my brother to force the sale of my house and force me out of my home. Mr. Walsh conspired with the felony criminal to circumnavigate letters of administration to force the sale of the Gibson estate without due process. We don't just want an audit. We expect to be represented by the DA, progressively going after these crooks, these racketeering crooks, who have been operating this way without the norms and procedures that our committees are supposed to consider. He's supposed to be going through these committees. These committees are supposed to be auditing his work. Of course, that doesn't happen because you don't respect the board's norms and procedures. So this is what we've got here today. We're putting on the record that we want Mr. Walsh's vaccination COVID reports. We want his oath and his bond. We've asked you all for the same, and you've refused to cooperate. You've got 5 days to follow through before misdemeanor criminal charges can be filed against you. This is the same kind of racketeering maladministration that's being practiced in this county. Where you intentionally neglect records requests and obstruct every effort to try to defend a person's property, to try to secure our safety. You're the richest county in the state right now because of your maladministrative fraudulent practices. That's why. And Gardner's opposed to the audit because that would expose exactly what's going on with it. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you. Any other public comment here in chambers? Thank you. Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have someone with their hand raised. Mr. Ingalls, do you have public comment on agenda item number 2?
Yes, thank you. John Engels, Gardnerville. An outside audit firm would be appropriate in regard to handling or reviewing these estates. Nye County, Nevada, there was collusion with the county government to expropriate items from some of these estates in that county. And it's always good to have an outside auditor, somebody who has a different perspective. So that would be something to seriously consider. And it's not going to be that much money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no further public comment online.
Very good. I'll bring it back to the board. I need to, I'm compelled to correct the record. Okay? I did not indicate that I was not in favor of an audit. We're not voting on whether or not we're going to have an audit today. I also asked the other commissioners if it was reasonable to bring back a agenda item to do that. And I got an indication out of my fellow commissioners that that was the case. So that issue is not before us today. We're not voting on whether or not we're going to have an audit today, but I haven't had an opportunity to vote yes or no on an audit because we haven't had that item before us. Mr. Ritchie, you had something to say?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, the District Attorney's Office doesn't supervise Mr. Walsh. The only way the District Attorney's Office would be involved in the type of conduct that public comment has referenced would be if a criminal complaint was made to the Sheriff's Office, an investigation was made, and a criminal referral was made to the District Attorney's Office. Just to be clear, both the public guardian and the public administrator have their own legal counsel, which they're allowed by statute to retain, and that assist them in their reports to the court, who, as the public is aware, oversees these estates. The court issues letters of administration to the public administrator, the inventories are filed with the court, etc. I'd also like to remind the public that for requests for public records, which is allowed under Nevada law, they need to be clear and specific. Public comment is not the forum to make a request for any type of record. There's the county website, there's a link. And so if anyone has any records that they would like to request from the county or any employee or elected official from the county, please use that link so that it's clear what it is you're seeking so that staff can assist you with that. I will note that there are records that are confidential by statute, including HIPAA-protected records. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're back to the board. Is there any further discussion or questions for Mr. Walsh? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion to.
I move approval of the Douglas County Public Administrator's 2022 Annual Report as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to accept the Douglas County Public Administrator's 2022 Annual Report as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh, and we'll be seeing you, as you indicated, maybe in another 3 months.
At least next quarter. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have to admit that I haven't met you before, so it's a pleasure to finally meet you and see you. I've seen your business cards, but I haven't seen you. So anyways.
My pleasure as well, sir.
Okay. We'll go to item number 3 for possible action. Discussion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-011 to augment the fiscal year 2022-23 budgets in various enterprise and internal service funds in the total amount of $2,243,437 being presented by Finance Manager, okay, Ms. Jenny Cartwright.
Good afternoon. I'm Jenny Cartwright, Finance Manager for the record. Included in Resolution 2023-R-11 are the augments of several funds within the county. They are all either internal service funds, which basically exist to support other county departments, or they are enterprise funds, which operate more like a business than other county funds. So those would be your water and sewer and trash type funds. I'll briefly go through these and then entertain any questions. So the request includes $150,000 for the Sierra Shadows Tank Altitude Valve Project, which is part of the existing capital improvement program. It's just that the current cost estimate exceeds what was approved in the existing project. So there's a $150,000 request to increase the cost of that project. There's also a request for a new capital project. This is the Upaway water meter installation that was not included in the current CIP, but due to the construction window of May to October, we're requesting to bring this project forward now for your approval. It's $250,000 to install water meter pits within the Upaway water system. There are also several items where we have the ability to carry forward budgetary authority from one year to the next when we don't spend it. And so we have some maintenance and repair and motor vehicles requests, $17,896 each in the water and sewer funds for a purchase order that's split between those funds. Also some motor vehicle purchases where we're having supply chain issues and things are taking longer than expected. And so we're moving $160,645 of authority forward to this year so that we can complete the purchase of those vehicles, hoping that we receive them. And also $550,000 for the workers' comp insurance loss provision. What this is it's not actually funds that we expect to write checks for in the current year. It's for a year-end accrual. So we estimate coming losses for workers' compensation insurance, and we're required to recognize those on our books as expenses, but we don't write checks for them. we do need to have sufficient budgetary authority to cover them. And then the final request is for some depreciation. Again, we're not going to write checks for these, but we want to make sure that we have sufficient budgetary authority to cover those expenditures that we recognize in our financial statements. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Commissioners, questions? No? Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you. And I don't have any questions either, but we will entertain this for possible action. So we'll entertain public comment on this item. Once again, please keep your comments to this item.
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Committee for Douglas County. I'm surprised, Commissioner Novosad. You should have some kind of report on the transfer of $2,243,000 through your audit committee, shouldn't you? Isn't that your department, sir? Why don't these funds go through you folks? Why don't you look at these things? The last time you reported on your little committee meeting, you were making jest and joke of how short the meeting was. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes, how easy, how gravy train it was just to roll into the budget millions of dollars like the JLIC facility. So my question being, commissioners, Mr. Cates, Mr. Richie Rich, why don't these funds go through the norms and procedures that are articulated on our website in this mission statement right here? Why aren't they part of the year-end reports? I'll tell you why. Because the way y'all do business, you drop 600 pages on the people within 3 days and you expect them to be up to speed with this information. You don't even know what's in it half the time. You're not in touch with these numbers, and that's how you've been rolling the whole time. You've been dropping 600, 1,000, 1,500 pages on the people within 3 days' notice, rolling it into the budget without discussion. Totally out of sync with reality. Oh, it's not in our jurisdiction. Well, we got hard times coming down, real hard times. And you're not the leaders that we need behind our county budget who are representing a minority of this municipal government and getting rich at the expense of the rest of us. Filthy rich with this kind of maladministrative operation. And that's what we got here. We don't have any real roundtable discussions of what this is all about.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, we'll go to public comment online if there is any. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Bring it back to the board. Any additional questions or comments to Ms. Cartwright? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt Resolution 2023-R-011 to augment the fiscal year 2022-23 budgets in various enterprise and internal service funds in the total amount of $2,243,437 as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Novosad to adopt Resolution 2023-R-011 as presented. Any further discussion? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We'll move to item number 4. For possible action, discussion to approve an interlocal agreement between Douglas County, acting as the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, more commonly known as the district, and the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority to partially fund the operation of a micro-transit system to facilitate public transit within the district from the 1% transient lodging rental tax collected pursuant to Douglas County Code Section 3.14.020B in an amount to be determined by the Board for fiscal year 2022-23 and direct staff to return to the Board to finalize the budget augmentation and associated resolution at a future meeting, being presented by County Manager Patrick Cates and Deputy District Attorney Zach Wadley. Is that right?
Be happy to start. Mr. Chair, Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. By way of background, Douglas County and the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, TDVA, previously entered into a tax increment pledge agreement whereby Douglas County agreed to remit up to $1.3 million annually in redevelopment area tax increment revenues to TDVA to partially fund the construction of the Tahoe South Event Center. As part of the approval of the Event Center project by TRPA, the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA issued a permit dated March 31st, 2020, that includes a condition that TDVA implement a public microtransit system in connection with the event center. In anticipation of that condition, this board previously approved Resolution 2020R-037, by which Douglas County agreed to allocate up to 1/2% of the transient lodging rental tax collected within the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, which is essentially the Tahoe Township, for the purpose of funding the operation of the microtransit system upon the negotiation of a separate mutually agreeable interlocal agreement and budget. A copy of that resolution is included in your packet. We've previously had agenda items on this issue really over the past 6 months. And at the last time we heard this item, the board generally wanted some more information as to the event center and the operation of the microtransit system. Representatives of TDVA are here to provide information, is my understanding. And at this point, Mr. Chair, I would turn it over to TDVA.
Very good. We'll listen. We'll entertain them again this time. This is not a new issue, but.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Lou Feldman on behalf of TDVA, and also present and part of the presentation today will be Raymond Suarez, who's the Executive Director of the South Shore Transportation Management Association, who is actually conducting the oversight of the recently implemented microtransit system.
I can't hear you, and that was important. Can you repeat that again, please?
I said, in addition to Lou Feldman appearing on behalf of TDVA, we are pleased to have Raymond Suarez, the Executive Director of the South Shore Transportation Management Association, update you on how the microtransit system has been operating and what the vision for the future of the microtransit system will be. So with that, I have a PowerPoint presentation, and I don't know if I can move the needle from here or if I should relocate. Great.
Is this the supplement? Yeah, okay.
So as you can see, over the past several months, a lot of progress has been made on the construction of the event center, and I think it's, just to echo what Zach said, one of the conditions of approval for the event center was for TDVA to facilitate the implementation of a free-to-the-rider microtransit system. And the original expectation was that we would roll this out over a period of years, where we would start with a summer-only system, and after 3 years evolve to a summer-winter system, and after 6 years evolve to a year-round system. And I am really delighted to report that we were successful through the generosity of an impressive array of stakeholders to roll out a year-round system, really 6 years ahead of schedule, and more detail will follow. Next slide, please. So the construction has certainly been challenged by the Caldor fire, by some unprecedented snowstorms, by COVID, among other things, but I'm happy to report that The structure is dried in, interior finishes are underway. You'll see a slide in a minute that shows you that we have seating ready to be installed, although it's still in boxes, but we've poured the ice floor, and we anticipate that we will have at least a temporary certificate of occupancy July 6th of this year, and our first event we thought was July 18th, but business has been good. Our first event is now July 10th. Next slide, please. So this is a fair characterization of the state of affairs at the lake. It's been a challenging year to get in and out, but fortunately, most of the exterior work has been done. Next slide, please. And now the interior finishes are proceeding. Now, the slide on the left is simply the arcade. And you can see there's some columns there wrapped in wood. They're in the process of polishing that floor. It'll be a high sheen concrete finish. The slide to the right depicts a series of meeting rooms. If you look carefully at the ceiling, you can see where the track is for divisible spaces. And there's sensational views out the windows to the mountains and towards Heavenly. Next slide, please. As promised, those are the seats, although in boxes. And if you look to the right and the left of the horseshoe bowl, you'll see what appears to be some tucked-in shelving, and those are actually electronic seating that rolls out so that when there are certain events, we can expand the seating. There will be 4,200 seats in total, excluding the floor seating for concert events, but many of you have been there, haven't seen this level of progress, but there is not a bad seat in the house. Next slide, please. I am also pleased to report that the door that we constructed actually was large enough to install the ice floor chiller. So it got from the crane into the ice chiller room and is ready to be connected. We are still awaiting some fairly complex switchgear equipment that is scheduled to arrive in April and May, and we need that to electrify the building. Next slide, please. Some exterior finishes are continuing with actually heat, so rock fascia is being installed on that area to the right. We are refraining from installing the doors. They tell us that when they bring in all of the equipment, the doors get wrecked, so they like to put the doors on last. Next slide, please. So in terms of performance, TDVA issued an RFP and had several qualified venue managers compete for the opportunity. The original award went to a company called Spectra Venue Management, and the runner-up was a company called OVG 360. And after Spectra Venue Management was awarded the contract, they were acquired by OVG 360. So in my mind, we got the best of both worlds. We have about $750,000 in bookings for the fall, and amongst those are the National State Parks Association, which means we'll have park rangers from all 50 states visiting us. We have the Barton Health Foundation Gala. We have the Nevada Hospital Association, the American Planning Association, the Seroptimus Gala, and the Professional Fight League. And I'm not quite sure exactly what fight they do, but they will have 3 events over a period of a couple of weeks. And we're also in some pretty encouraging discussions with a semi-pro hockey league, which may have 36 hockey events, as well as some family show providers. So I'm also happy to report that we were successful in the sale of naming rights to Tahoe Spirits, which is the company behind Tahoe Blue Vodka. And the facility will now be named the Tahoe Blue Event Center. And we had 13 skyboxes. And if you haven't bought one, it's too late. So this is a representation of some of the meeting space, and again, the views to the mountains, which are, when people tour this, you know, they sign up. I mean, they really are profoundly impacted. Next slide, please. So the As mentioned, Tahoe Blue Event Center, the signage is being produced as we speak. Next slide, please. The skyboxes are gone. There is still some premium seating available, but I wanted to kind of update. There was certainly some skepticism when we came forward in 2018 and said we thought, based on studies, we could do this, that, and the other thing. Fortunately, the original 2018 Convention Sports and Leisure forecast, which anticipated 160,000 attendees per year, our current operator, who's actually booking the facility with real data, forecasts that we're going to be closer to 200,000 visitors per year. Commissioner Tarkanian, did you have a question?
I'm just trying to follow you so I don't get lost. This forecast, I don't know what CSL and OVG, is this the forecast of everybody coming to Lake Tahoe, or is this just of the event center?
Just attending events at the event center. Those are bodies in the building.
And you guys estimate that in 2023, this year, you'd have 198,000?
The forecast is based on current bookings, so the first year of operation would be 198,000. And in 2018, we had a forecast for $9 million in annual lodging revenue, and we've engaged in Economic Planning Systems, a very reputable economist firm who did the 2018 forecast to update their forecast, and they are now forecasting $16 million of annual lodging revenue, a significant increase over our 2018
So,
estimate.
Mr. Feldman, I want to follow up on what Commissioner Tarkanian asked. So, I mean, by the time you open, we'll be half over of 23. So I guess, is that what, the lodging revenue will be, you say an annual forecast. So really for half the year, it'll only be half those numbers is what the forecasts are.
Absolutely.
Is that right? And then you're anticipating 24 would then be a full year and so your estimates would be closer to these for 24 or maybe exceed these, right?
I was using a 12-month,
Okay.
operating period, not a calendar year, but we're on the same page.
And you go from, you got a year, your years go from July 1st to June 30th, correct?
We were originally anticipating, I suppose I should have mentioned this, the event center was originally scheduled to open December 12th of 2022. And for the reasons that I mentioned earlier, the opening date has been pushed back about 6 months. So now we're talking about a 12-month increment that might be somebody's fiscal year. It's not a calendar year, but rounding up, we can assume that we're talking about a 12-month period. In terms of sales tax revenue, EPS originally forecast that there'd be $13 million attributable to activity from the event center for Douglas County, and significantly, they have now estimated $33 million of annual sales tax. Next slide, please. Their conclusion is that operations from the event center will, on an annualized basis, result in a $3 million increase to incremental tax revenues to the county, which is, of course, a good news story. And the total economic impact, which includes $65 million of direct and indirect, as well as $10 million from the actual operations of the event center, results in about a $75 million annual economic impact. Which again is a significant increase over that which was forecast in 2018. And, this conversation occurs, it seems, at just about every commissioner meeting. I want to be clear. I cannot see under any set of circumstances how the county has any responsibility or liability for the operations of the event center, which somebody asked, who owns the event center? The event center is owned by a public entity that issued the bonds to construct it, the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. And there is zero debt on the land, and the only security for the payment of those bonds are revenues that are generated by TDVA and the tax increment dedicated under the pledge agreement that Zach Wadley referenced earlier. There is no Douglas County general fund risk, and I can't conjure up a circumstance where that could occur. So next slide, please.
The only, Mr. Feldman, and I appreciate your optimism here, we have to also, we're responsible for looking at the downside as well.
Absolutely.
Okay? And so while your numbers look very, very optimistic, and we're certainly very, very hopeful that you enjoy this type of success, but we also have to understand the downside. The benefit here also, as you're indicating, an increase in hotel rooms, is the $5 per night surcharge that helps pay off this event center. So hopefully the increase in number of rooms booked for your events will also generate an additional income that maybe you weren't anticipating or higher than you anticipated. So that's and the other concern, of course, is that we do as commissioners see event centers, convention centers across the nation are in a recession process, and so that while I appreciate your optimism and I'm hopeful that your optimism is correct, we also have to look at the downside as well.
Now, I respect that completely. Thank you for the observation. If we were to close our doors next year, I still don't understand how Douglas County has got any risk on this. But we'll move on. So again, there's some skepticism about the economics here, and I think it's fair to say that in the 2022-2023 analysis of revenue for the county, the township generates about $41 million, and the valley generates about $61 million. The township, for the general fund purposes, is actually receives about $9.6 million in services, even though there is $16 million generated, whereas the valley has committed $43.8 million for operations and generates about $41 million. So there's a deficit of about $2.7 million, and there's about a surplus of $6 million from the lake, just representing that we're not looking to deny the valley any revenue. We're hoping to embellish the revenue to the entirety of the county. The township has 11% of the population, 6% of the land area, and contributes 40% of the revenue. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned at the beginning of this conversation, the microtransit component was a TRPA condition of approval, and it was intended to mitigate vehicle miles traveled. There is also some confusion that, for example, if we have a concert with 5,500 people and it breaks at 10 o'clock at night, there was never the expectation that we were going to have a fleet of microtransit vehicles to move 5,000 people. The microtransit system is an amenity to the visitor and the resident to try and reduce traffic, reduce greenhouse gases on a annualized basis, and to mitigate the impacts of trip generation attributable to the event center, which is why TRPA imposed the condition. And as I said, we're 6 years ahead of schedule. This system has been astoundingly successful. We have an array of partners that Mr. Suarez may familiarize you with in more detail, but the intention here was to maximize kind of a return on investment, maximize the body count in these vehicles so that we reduce vehicles that would otherwise be on the road. And that's why the service area, which again was a product of the TRPA negotiation, was heavily focused on the California side of the line, which is where the intensity of the visitor bed base is, as well as the intensity of the worker bed base. But I am pleased to report that there is a significant, I think, workforce in Douglas County in the Oliver Park General Improvement District area, Lake Village, and the Tahoe, I think it's called the Tahoe Manor, or the Ponderosa Park behind the hardware store. And those areas are being added to the service area to provide additional service to Douglas County residents. Next slide, please. So as we've come to be very familiar with Resolution 2020-037. This is a dedicated revenue source where the county has approximately $1.2 million a year generated from room tax at the lake that must be spent on transportation projects at the lake. And again, we're not asking for any general fund contribution from Douglas County to help fund up to 1/2% of the microtransit service. When we started the conversation, well before the project was implemented, and in all honesty, I thought that we might, find a few folks that could step up and help supplement what I was perhaps naive and optimistic in thinking would be an allocation from Douglas County of 1/2%. So I thought we'd have $600,000 in the first year. We've already raised over $900,000 with zero contribution to date from Douglas County, and hope to significantly grow this system. And early indicators are the ridership is robust. The opportunity to expand it is at our fingertips. Like everything else, it just costs money. And, we have partners that have put their money where their mouth is. Next slide, please. Speaking of that, one of the other conditions of approval from TRPA is that for a ticketed event, we have a $4 per ticket surcharge. And of that $4 per ticket surcharge, $3 will be dedicated to operations of microtransit and $1 to the monitoring to demonstrate to TRPA and other stakeholders that we are, in fact, mitigating the vehicle trips that we are required to mitigate to continue our operations. And somebody might say, well, if you think you're going to have 200,000 people and you've got a $4 ticket surcharge, why isn't your estimate, $800,000? And the answer to that question is, unfortunately, our regulators have agreed with this. Booking events is a competitive enterprise. And if you have the National Parks Association that comes for a 3-day event, to impose a $4 surcharge on them every day would put us at a competitive disadvantage. The $4 is been agreed to be for ticketed events the first day only. So if you have a conference that's 2 days or 4 days, you only pay the $4 surcharge for the first ticket. It gets you through the entirety of the event. And we're grateful to our partners and regulators for having the vision to understand that's how we can compete and generate revenue, which will, again, embellish the budget and help drive a greater delivery of microtransit service to the region as well as to residents of Douglas County. Next slide, please. I'm sure that my compatriot will echo my request, but we are respectfully requesting this honorable board to allocate 1/2% of the transient occupancy tax dedicated to transportation at the lake for the event of for the life of the event center. I understand that you may want to take this in more incremental steps, but I would be remiss if I did not try and relieve you of that burden. So with that, I think I'm poised to turn the gavel over to Raymond Suarez, who is, we're very fortunate to have Raymond on the team. He has a tremendous background in transportation and has been engaged as the executive director of the South Shore Transportation Management Association. And thank you for your attention, Mr. Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Feldman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Gardner, Board of Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Very excited to present the information with regard to Lake Link. Lake Link is the microtransit service that is being offered on the South Shore. Its service is 365 days a year, Sunday through Thursday. It operates till 9 p.m., so from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday till 10 p.m. We've managed to raise over $920,000 that has mostly been spent or obligated through 21 amazing public-private partners that have come forward to finance the service thus far. in its first year pilot program. We've carried over, as of today, well over 71,000 people on a service that is operating 5 vehicles. So that's about 100 people a day on average per vehicle. So it's moving a lot of folks. We're expecting to carry over 120,000 people, which is phenomenal. I've been doing this for several decades. Don't want to age myself too much, but I can tell you that this is has been one of the most successful microtransit deployments in the country. We've been told that by the folks that operate the service and others that analyze the service as well. You can see on the left the types of vehicles. There's a lot of information, marketing materials that are being provided to the hotels in Nevada and others that want to promote LakeLink. We have online 30-second videos on how to ride. And on the right are all of the amazing funding partners that have shepherded us through the first 7.5 months since opening in July. We've also been recognized by the Tahoe Chamber with the Blue Ribbon Award, just demonstrating the value that we're bringing back to the neighborhoods and to the businesses themselves. And we've had a significant media coverage on not only the opening, but continuation and follow-on of just how much people appreciate and are using the service. This is the service area today. It's roughly 3 miles, starting on the top of the screen at Kingsbury all the way to Ale Tahoe Boulevard. It covers the community college and the Ski Run Marina and Heavenly Village. And we, as was stated earlier by Lou, we're certainly interested in expanding the service further into Douglas County. I'll get into a little bit more about what that might look like through the great work that's being done with the Tahoe Transportation District and a technical advisory committee that's been set up. So to give you an idea of how the service is being used, you can see that workers are predominantly the number one user of the service, which is great. Followed by, if you added all those other forms of recreation, shopping, and entertainment, it's a really good balance between visitors and locals and folks that are supporting all of that revenue generation by access to jobs. On the left is what we call a heat map. I'll just toggle back over so you can kind of get an idea. There's the map of the service area, and this is the number of people that are actually using it, or the scatter diagram, if you will, of how many people are using it. And literally the 4 corners of the entire service area are being used by folks for all various types of trips, as you can see here. Yes.
On that heat map,
Yes.
where are the casinos?
Where are the casinos?
Are they in that big red blip, or are they higher than that?
It's just below that. It's, I don't have is there a pointer? Laser? Yeah, a mouse works well. Okay.
Okay, so let me ask this, and Mr. Feldman may have a better answer to this. The very top area that's green with a very small portion of red, where do you know where that is? That's Kingsbury. That's at the bottom of Kingsbury, Tahoe Transportation Center, that area? Okay, so then just below that, then you have a lot of green and big portions of red. And the big portion of red, I think, just below that big portion of red to the smaller portion of red, that would indicate to me that where the state line is. Is that a correct
Yes.
assessment of this? Okay. And then everything else below that is obviously in the city of South Lake Tahoe.
Correct.
Okay.
And if you looked at it, I don't know that I have the actual trip numbers, but the majority of it is in that quadrant because of the density of the hotels, casino district.
I guess if you refer to the previous map that shows you the dividing line between
Yes, thank
California
you.
and Nevada.
I think she has control of it right now. Yeah. Ah, there it is. Okay, sorry. Now.
There you go. Now,
Perfect.
there's a dividing
So
line.
state line, everything above that is in the Nevada area.
I guess my question is, don't you have stats to determine what numbers are being dropped off where, or what numbers are being picked up where? And
Yes.
I still can't get it off. So what I'm saying is, one of the questions obviously the board has is how much the people in Nevada are utilizing this Douglas County, and don't you have statistics?
Yes, I believe we shared them last
Let me
time.
just finish.
Sure.
Because you're showing us heat maps that show where it's red, and now you're saying most of the drop-offs are in the casino area where the red is, but there's also red over on the California side. If we had statistic numbers, I mean, I went through this package, I didn't see them. Did you not provide them this time, but you did last time?
I did last time. It was averaging around 30%, 36% then. If you average it over the 7 months, it's about 30%.
36% of both drop-offs and pickups, or 36% of one or the other?
Of all rides. So a ride is either depending on where the origin or the destination is.
Okay, so again, my question would be, is how much is the Nevada residents utilizing this? And how much are Nevada businesses getting a use out of it? So I guess a drop-off would be, well, you got a tourist or an employee coming in to Nevada, and you dropped them off in Nevada, but they're being picked up in California. So California's getting a benefit and Nevada's getting a benefit. But if you're talking about a pickup in Nevada and a drop-off in Nevada, then you have both of them there. I mean, I would think you would want to provide us, if we're going to allocate this kind of money, some type of statistic to show how much is being used. When you say 30%, there's different variables to that. 30% of one of the two really makes it a lot less than 30%.
You referred earlier to the population density in the township as being 11% of all of Douglas County. All of Douglas County is about 49,000. So that figures out to be about 5,300 in the area above the state line. That would be like the maximum amount you would have on your microtransit, which I sort of doubt would happen.
There's several, I'm waiting, I want to understand how many questions are being asked. So there was an original question of, am I showing today those numbers? I do not have those available today.
Hey, listen, I understand that we need to fund this program, and we need to fund it right away. I just like to have all the information to make an informed decision. I think what Commissioner Hayes had asked is a very pointed question. How much is being used there? And I don't agree with some of the statements, and this will be a long question. Some of the statements by my other commissioners that say, well, if you're only going so far into Douglas County only gets that proportion of a benefit. No, we actually get more of a benefit if you bring more tourists from California into our casinos or other areas to spend money. We get a benefit from that. We also get a benefit if we have workers that are living in California that are coming into Nevada to work. But I don't see statistics to show me what those are, because then we could determine how much we should allocate. And we need to allocate something. Now, I understand that this has been going on for a long time, and we're going to make a decision today. But I would think that would be the first thing that should be provided to the board, is the actual use that's being provided to the residents or to Douglas County, both as tourists, workers, and as residents.
I appreciate the question. I think it's very difficult for most transit agencies to actually determine the origin and destination, and whether it's a resident or whether it's a visitor, and in which direction they're actually traveling. We don't get it specific to the individual to identify that.
Please, I didn't ask to you to determine which one they are. I just said, do you know how many originated in California and came to Douglas County? How many originated in Douglas County and stayed in Douglas County? Or how many started in Douglas County and went to California?
Sure,
then we would know
certainly
those
provide
numbers. And you have to have that. I mean, you have to have
yes, we
pickups
do.
and drop-offs.
And I don't have it today. My apologies.
Sorry to go back. Can you go to the heat map?
Sure.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. That biggest area of red, is that right where the casinos are?
Yes. Closer to the top, closer to the top of the screen as you see it.
Right, but it's not that other isolated blip of red.
That's correct, it's not.
Okay. And the red, is this both pickup and drop off?
No, in this case, it's pickups. This is the
These
heat
are
map.
pickups.
Yes, the drop-offs would look very similar because typically, majority of trips are what they call the paired trip. You go to your destination, whether it be work or shopping, and you do a reverse commute. So to show both would be somewhat redundant.
Sure. Thanks.
You're welcome. May I continue? Or is there still questions before I leave the slide?
You know, so you're showing a slide here that indicates who these folks are, and
The type of trips.
Huh?
Chairman Gardner, the type of trip.
The
that it
type
is.
of trip,
Yes.
and so that's and I've struggled with this from day one. I mean, yes, we beat this subject up probably 4 different times with this board, probably. This may be the 4th time, this may be the 5th time, but, and I agree with Commissioner Tarkanian is that we have an obligation here and we have to determine as a board how deep that assessment's going to be. And I'm hopeful that we, as a board, can come to a conclusion that day so that we can kind of get this off of our agenda and not have to spend more time on it as we go forward. So I'm hopeful that we can get that done today. And as Mr. Feldman knows, and you probably know from my previous comments, I have to consider where the public comes in, the public process versus the private participation in this. And when I see such a large number of workers here, I understand that our casinos in that core are benefiting from the fact that we are getting them to work and from work back home. Is that a public responsibility or is that a private enterprise responsibility to get workers there? Now, I do understand there's a benefit to us, but that's where I struggle, and so that's where also I was asking for greater density, I suppose is maybe the right word, or anyways, getting further into the residential areas of Douglas County and making that service. I've seen benefits of this, so don't misunderstand me on that, okay? But is Douglas County residents really going to benefit or use this service? I've talked to a lot of residents up there, and they've indicated that they prefer to be able to get in their car and go where they want to go and when they want to go and return to their car. And sometimes they may get to a place and then forget that they had another chore to do, and so they have their personal vehicle to go do that. So I do know I do understand the concept and the process and the desirability of having this available. I mentioned this a month ago, I guess, is that, I broke my leg back in January, and I was having surgery at the Round Hill Shopping Center, Safeway, not at Safeway, but not in the meat market. Don't misunderstand that. There's a Tahoe orthopedic center up there. And I was, right across the street at the Wyndham, and it would have been nice that morning to be able to have microtransit come pick me up, take me across the street, and then after surgery get back in and go back to where I was staying. That's not available.
Certainly not yet, and I do have slides to kind of show what the plan is.
And maybe I'm speaking too early, but that number of work just, I wonder where the casinos who are now charging for parking, which is a tremendous benefit to them, well above what they were previously doing. Where do they take ownership, basically, of getting their employees to and from work? So.
Sure, and while there's been a lot of dialogue about the red and the heat and the business, the rest of that map really are neighborhoods where people live. And so extending the zone into Douglas County is certainly the direction we're heading, and I'd like to talk about that a little bit more if I can. As Mr. Feldman mentioned earlier, as part of this funding request, we are looking at extending the service. to Ponderosa Park, Lake Village, Kale Drive, and Oliver Park. So it will get into those neighborhoods. And then there's going to be some additional comments that I'll make later if you'll entertain me here a little bit more. Some of the other deliverables is, that we've achieved, we've integrated the Heavenly Mountain Resort shuttles into the software so that as users use the system, they can actually hop on or off the Heavenly Mountain shuttles, as well as the microtransit services, to fully integrate it. It's not our intent to operate an independent transit service that competes with the TTD. We fully expect to have integration with it to really make it work well and be a robust system. We're also in discussions with Round Hill Pines Resort about providing summer service into the resort. And we're going to be looking at incremental expansions as we also are doing for the city of Southlake. So currently that zone is roughly 3 miles, and there's a lot of discussions, and the city has requested and actually funded this week some additional, allocated some funds for a potential expansion subject to us having the ability to actually garner all the funds necessary to make that expansion. So we don't intend that the 3 miles is all we're going to do. We are looking at expanding, and as part of this, I'll get into some of the conversations. I asked.
Now, can I? Sure. Because you mentioned resorts and transportation from the resorts, I needed to ask you another question, if you don't mind indulging me. Is that there are a number of resorts that exist up at the summit, Tahoe Summit, right? And I believe they already provide some transportation to their guests to the casinos and the casino corridor.
Are you referring to Heavenly Mountain Resort?
Maybe not. Mr. Feldman may have a better understanding of that. I don't know of all the little resorts up there, but there are. I've seen some buses coming out of there from time to time and going down to the casinos.
The timeshare properties, mostly the Ridge-related properties, have a shuttle.
Okay, I guess that's what I was referring to. Yeah, so free shuttle. Okay. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, not an issue. I want to make sure that you're fully brought up to speed. Thank you. Let me back up because that last bullet is important. So the TMA is taking, engaged directly through a technical advisory committee, and we have a board position on the TTD as well. And so there's a lot of collaboration that's going on about how we expand services. It's not just fixed route or microtransit. To have a good, robust transit system that serves all the needs, we need to make sure that they complement each other. And so the TTD graciously allowed us to use these 2 slides. You can see that the number 1 zone is this zone that we currently have. The city of South Lake Tahoe has committed some funds, as I mentioned already, significant funds to a potential expansion to cover their city. Zone 3 is all in Douglas County. It's to serve all the way up to Heavenly Village, basically Stagecoach and Boulder, that area. And then there's discussions about future extensions up to Zephyr Cove. When you really look at that corridor from the very top all the way to where that circle is, which is considered a mobility hub, that is how we look at it, as the primary corridor for all of not only business, entertainment, work, and would provide the highest value, highest return, if you will, as far as transit dollars being spent in the region. And then longer term, and so let me just state that this is being built into the 4-year short-term transit plan. So any of these concepts would be contemplated that they would take place in the next 4 years. And then longer term, there's other zones that would expand all the way up to the North Shore. So that's some of the preparatory work that's being done to plan and cost estimate in order to expand the service. So to date, we've raised $920,000. We're spending approximately $120,000 monthly. Total budget's $1.4 million. As alluded to earlier, we're respectfully requesting full funding of the $600,000, which is approximately 0.5%. The funds that we have remaining at this time that have been, that are still unobligated are $60,000. And then the future zones, 1, 2, 3, and 4, as you've seen outlined in the slides before, is part of the short-range plan. And then there was a request to understand like how the money that we've collected so far is being used. 22,000 of that was for the initial project management to launch the service and some follow-on support. And then you can see the amounts for the actual service itself, and that's the amount that's been spent to date.
Commissioner Tarkanian, you had a question?
This is what has confused me with the numbers. You said that you raised 920,000, that you spent 695, but you only have 60,000 left unaccountable.
That's unobligated. So there's other invoices that are due that have not been paid.
Okay, so you're saying
And not cleared the bank.
So you're saying there's about 735,000 spent. No, 695 minus 920. That's 225,000.
And we have about 185,000 of bills that are outstanding that have
You're
not
sitting
cleared
on
the bank.
185, that more than 1 month full of bills, almost a month and a half full
Yes.
of bills. Well, you got some
A little
great-
over a month.
You got some great vendors.
Can we go back to the other slide? Back up one. So I had some questions on this. Initially, you were indicating that you needed $1.2 million to operate this system on an annual basis, which is $100,000 a month. And so now you're up to 120, so your ask always gets to that $600,000 thing. No matter what numbers you throw at us, it always comes to the 600,000. So if your ask was for 800,000, I'm sure your numbers would start reflecting that number and backing it through all those other numbers. That's concerning to me that your ask keeps going up.
No,
just
the
to
ask
match
is not
our
going up. The
600,000.
ask is what we asked for before, which was the $600,000. So that number has not changed. The reason the number has gone up is we entered into an agreement with Heavenly Village to provide additional service to the mountain resort. So that was added to the budget, but there's been no additional requests for funds from Douglas County.
Commissioner Rice.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. I've been involved with this project for a while. And when we first went into this, the ask was $600,000. I don't think that has changed. One of the things that I don't think that some people understand is that this is phase one. And this is seed money. This is money that we have already obligated ourselves to pay by a prior board. Quit shaking your head. The prior board did obligate the future payment of 0.5%. And it has been that way for the 4 years that I've been around. And it has not gone up. They have not asked for more. And I think that Douglas County is getting a bargain to get into this for $600,000 because of the benefit that we are going to receive. Now, granted, the first phase doesn't go that far into Douglas County, but the next phase will go that far into Douglas County. It'll go to Round Hill. It'll go to the beaches that are this side of Zephyr Cove, and then eventually, within a very short period, I'm thinking 4 years or so at the most, it'll be going all the way through Douglas County, all the way to Spooner Summit, where there will be connectivity with the North Shore. And at some point in the near future, people will be able to go from our senior center all the way to Emerald Bay and or to the casinos or to the beach at Sand Harbor. And this is within our grasp now to make this happen in the near future. And I would urge my fellow commissioners, please fund this at $600,000. It's not coming out of the revenues out of the valley. This is being paid for by the people that come to Lake Tahoe, as is the money that is going to be paying off the event center. That's not coming out of your pocket.
Okay.
Could we-
Maybe I stated it wrong, and so I'll restate it, okay? The initial funding request was up to 1/2 of 1%, which right now is running right at around 600,000, without anticipating other funding partners. As your increase in as your existing funding partners have increased their amount of money, you've increased your funding requirement, which means that you still need our 600,000. It just seems to me that you would need less than 600,000 from us if your existing funding partners have stepped up to the plate as they have. And most of that is money that's raised on the California side of the border, and that's where the majority of the service is coming to or out of. Okay, so that's my only observation here. Once again, I understand we need to fund this, and I understand we need to fund it sooner rather than later, hopefully at this meeting. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable with the 600,000 request as you've gotten better buy-in, and I see that as better buy-in from the California side of the border.
Well, and that's been done because the need to ensure that we continue to fund the service. We've been asking for Douglas County to step up as a funding partner. That has not happened. We need to make sure that we don't get to a situation where there's no money and you have to give notice to contractors to shut service down. We don't want the service to stop. We recognize that it's a big benefit. So the request has never changed from our perspective. Was the amount is still the amount. We have other business to conduct. We have other partners that are interested and willing to finance additional services. So that additional cost increment that you're seeing here was for additional services that have been bought and paid for by other partners for that. So the base service has not changed. And the base amount
your service levels basically have only been expanded into Douglas County up to the Tahoe Transportation Center, right? That's
yes.
The way I see your maps.
Yes.
And yet that call has basically raised your increase by $20,000 a month, or basically $240,000, almost $250,000 a year, just to get service to there, right?
No, that was part of the original service when we started. That we didn't move that line and incrementally add cost. And I want to go back and reiterate that this request is still for $600,000, but we are willing to add additional service into your neighborhoods because that's what we heard from this commissioners court that you wanted, or commissioners, that you wanted to ensure that citizens were being served, not just the businesses.
And this obligation would end on June 30th of 2023, is that correct? This interlocal agreement, because that's what we're required to by the resolution, Mr. Wadley, right?
Zach Wadley, District Attorney's Office. As the interlocal agreement is drafted that's before you, yes, it's just for fiscal year 2022, 2023, which ends June 30th of this year. That means that we'll be having another discussion shortly about funding levels for this program going forward.
Question. If we look at this whole thing as one big lump of money, California plus Douglas County, how much is that?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Well, you're asking us for $600,000. Okay, what's the California side of the border paying?
They paid the $920,000 for the exception of the hotels that have helped fund the service.
All right. Here, the people you can service on our side of the border, it ends up being about 5,500 people in the township. How many people are served on the other side of the border? What I'm trying to get to you is that we got 10% of the 10% of the population is going to help share partial of whatever the bottom line is there.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Please, Mr. Feldman.
We are sensitive to the issue that has arisen, which arose well after the approvals for this project were generated, which is more of a geographic equity component. It is critical to recognize that when this program was conceived, that conversation never occurred. It was simply a TRPA condition of approval to mitigate trips so that we could generate $3 million a year of tax revenue in Douglas County. The fact that California happens to be where the density is, where the ridership to satisfy the permit condition, is part of the playing field.
I guess that was a question I was going to ask at the beginning. We're talking about this interlocutory agreement that was entered into with the county. And first of all, it's up to 0.5%, so it's up to $600,000 as low as $1. That's what's been there. But I guess my question is, and this has always been an issue to me, is when this agreement was entered into and the microtransit system was going to be funded with this money, where were the maps and who were they disclosed to of what area is going to cover? Did the previous Board of County Commissioners know that this was only going to go a short area into Douglas County and the rest was going to be in California? Or is this something that was determined after the agreement was entered into?
Before the resolution was passed, TRPA adopted the maps. The maps were part of the permit. The permits were given to Douglas County.
Okay, so I understand you correctly. Then these maps were given to the county board who saw these maps and they approved this up to 0.5 of 1%.
Yes.
Before they approved it, they saw those maps.
Whether they looked at it
Mr.
or not,
Wadley,
they-
I need, that's an important question, really an important question, and I'm not convinced that happened. I was a member of the public at that time, and I don't recall seeing any maps. Mr. Wadley, were there maps delivered to the Board of Commissioners before they passed this resolution?
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. Mr. Feldman says the maps were part of the TRPA permit. I don't doubt that at all. I'm sure they were. I don't recall those maps being part of our agenda item when that resolution was brought before the board. But I will say this more generally, Commissioner Tarkanian, in response to your question. Okay.
I'm sorry, how this works in relationship to this project. I'm just trying to follow you. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Commissioner Tarkanian, could you repeat that one more time?
You said something about you're sure that they were part of the TRPA permit stage, but you're not sure, but you don't think it was part of the agenda. But I'm trying to figure out how do they relate? I don't understand it. You got to educate me, and I don't want to be uninformed when we make this important decision.
As part of the approval for the event center project issued by TRPA, there was a requirement for microtransit service within the service area that we're talking about today. And Mr. Feldman mentioned that there were maps as part of that TRPA permit relating to the microtransit service. I don't doubt that at all. I don't recall those maps being part of an agenda packet before this board when they approved the resolution. But let me make one more general point. When that resolution was entered into by the board, there were various unknowns as to how the transit service area would look, how often buses would run, what it would cost. That's why there was language built in the resolution to contemplate the negotiation and drafting of a budget for the service and a separate interlocal agreement that would govern the parties' respective duties going forward. Because at that time, it was impossible to anticipate every particular item that may come up in the future.
So you're parsing your words with how you're saying that, and I don't know if it's intentional or if it's not. I'm trying to understand. You said there was part of the TRPA permitting, but you weren't part of the agenda. But that doesn't mean the board didn't see the permitting. Was the board provided the permitting information in these maps, or were they not provided? It says yes or no question. Did the board have access? And if they didn't read it, that's their fault. But did they have access where they were provided this from the TRPA So they would know where this was going when they obligated this county to up to 1.5%. That's the question.
Okay, Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. So TRPA materials and permits and conditions of approval are undoubtedly public and available to the public to see. What I'm saying, Commissioner Tarkanian, is I don't believe that was made a part of this board's agenda packet when it considered that resolution.
I'm going to take it then that you're not going to answer the question that I'm trying to get to, and that is, was it provided to the board? It could be a matter of public. A lot of stuff's a matter of public record, and people don't see, and a board member may not see it. I mean, was this provided to the? Did someone say, "Hey, look it, you guys are gonna be voting on this 1/2 of 1%. You ought to take a look at where this map is at," or was it just something that was posted on a website and they said, "Hey, if you don't look at it, it's your fault"?
Okay, so District Attorney, Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie has indicated a desire to speak.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie.
Back to you, Commissioner Hales.
Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. To answer Commissioner Tarkanian's question, at the April 16th, 2020 board meeting, agenda item 4 was a consideration of this resolution. The item before it was item 5, which had to deal with the RDA findings to support this funding commitment. But agenda item 6 was the actual resolution. And in that packet was just the resolution, which is before the board, as well as an estimate of TOT revenues, as well as at that time there was a debt service requirement for the garage up there, which was dropping off. So to answer your question, the specific maps that TRPA reviewed were not part of that agenda packet. However, if you look at the resolution, it talks about this anticipatory. We are going to negotiate in the future, which is what the board's doing now, this interlocal agreement, to figure out how much the county is going to contribute based on the service, because they were still developing this whole concept at that time in 2020. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Tarkanian?
We actually extended the service to Kingsbury to ensure that we were getting more access into Douglas County when we launched the service.
Okay, I know Commissioner Hales had a question, so if please indulge us.
Sure.
Commissioner Hales.
I just want to make sure, have we finished the presentation? Are we now in discussion? Okay, I'd be more comfortable if we finish the presentation and then launch, because I think that would be better.
So this is the last slide, however.
Oh, okay.
my comment is that we've anticipated these funds. We've come before this commissioners several times, as you've alluded to. We've done our best to present the information. If there's additional follow-up, we are certainly willing and very happy to provide that follow-up information. That said, we need to be funded. And we expect that we're going to continue to come before this Board of Commissioners on projects that will continue to extend this service. We have every aspiration to make this available to Douglas County residents, to make sure that visitors and people that live here have equal access and it's equitable across the entire service area. That's going to take a tremendous amount of teamwork with this Board of Commissioners, with the Tahoe Transit District Board, and there's always a level of discomfort when you don't have a perfect picture and cost estimates for things. And I'm not asking you to fund something on a wish. I'm asking you to entertain a motion to pass $600,000 for this year's funding so that we can continue to provide service. Thank you.
Commissioner Tarkanian.
Okay, I just got a few questions dealing with numbers, and then.
Okay. This was the last slide, so
Yes.
now we can go into the question and answer part. Okay.
Thank you. So I noticed one of the supplemental items we got was that the South Tahoe, City of South Tahoe is going to put in, I had the numbers here, was it 900-some thousand? Okay, so they're going to put in, no. South Lake Tahoe City Council approved $862,500 more than their original, which I think they only had like 100 or 150,000 originally, correct?
Correct.
That's all they put in so far.
Yes, and that's for the next fiscal year increment.
So what I wanted to point out, because now maybe you understand the concern of this board, is the South Lake Tahoe City Council approved another $862,000. That sounds wonderful. right? But they said they did it to extend service to their full city limits. That's what it says. Their full city limits. Their full city limits. It didn't say to extend into Douglas County. So you want Douglas County to put in $600,000 plus. I'm going to get into the event center money next. But they're concerned, their city council, who's responsive to their citizens, are concerned that their extra money goes into providing service into their city. We have the same responsibility for us, and that's where this board's coming from. So you want $600,000, but my first question is, you only have 4 months left of this fiscal year, from what I've been told by our county manager and district attorney. Your fiscal year ends June 30th. It's $120,000 a year. You got $60,000 still left unobligated. Why would you need $600,000 when there's only $480,000 left in expenses?
Our first year of annual operation started on July 22nd of 2022, so we won't finish our operational year until the end of that, basically mid-July.
Well, okay, so when we were meeting with our 2-on-1, they told us it ended June 30th. So, okay, now it's an extra month. So you have another $60,000, even if it's 5 months at 120, that's $600,000, you have $60,000 left unaccountable. I would think you would want to come in and ask for the minimum that would get you through, and that's if we're paying the rest of everything, and that'd be $540,000. That being said, the event center is opening in July. You're going to start getting ticket sales. The estimate, was in one of these supplements, was you were going to get the estimate for the first year of the $4 surcharge is $450,000. So you're basically asking Douglas County to give $600,000. I assume this request is for the following year too, and $450,000. So you want Douglas County to pay $1,050,000, but there is no second stage to Douglas County yet. Don't you think you guys should say, okay, look, if you give the full $600,000, well, this is what we're going to provide to Douglas County, and they'll get this extra service, and they can do it. Hey, look at the money. We know the money's there right now, at least, because of the $1.3 million we saved from Kale Road and so forth. So that's not the issue. The problem is we want to get the best bang for our bucks and not the best bang for South Lake Tahoe. Or El Dorado County is only getting $200,000. That's all they put in. So I guess my question is that you're asking for $600,000. You only have $540,000 left in expenses if you go to the end of July. And when you go into July, now you're getting ticket sales. The ticket sales should reduce that amount because we shouldn't have to put in more than the full $600,000 if that's all that this budget is. Now, if it increases, then maybe you can say, okay, we need more money from each person, but that hasn't been the case yet.
If I may respond to that?
Oh, I wanted a response, yes.
Okay. Private businesses have put in about equal to the amount of Douglas County, El Dorado County and the city. The $850,000 that's being quoted in there, 600 plus thousand, I want to say it's 622, is an obligate or commitment subject to the rest of the funds being pulled together to actually launch that service. It's not obligated at this point. We're not going to launch that service or extend it because the total cost of that service is far in excess of the $622,000 that they've obligated. They use that to say, look, you need to go out and we're going to match. We're going to match.
662 is who?
If you don't mind me finishing.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So if you can explain what you said, the 662 was obligated by they. Who are they? Is it the private enterprises?
I'm alluding to the city.
The city is 862,000.
Yes, sir.
Not
yes.
6 something. Okay.
Yeah, it's 850. A portion of that 200 is for next year. The rest of that amount is to provide seed money so that we can go out to match funds to actually bring the total amount together to provide that additional expansion. So that expansion doesn't happen unless we're successful as the TMA in raising additional funds to provide that service to the city.
Commissioner.
Expansion is for the South Lake Tahoe city limits because it says the money's going to go to their, so they can get extended to their full city limits.
Correct.
Okay. I just don't see how that helps Douglas County.
Well, Douglas County we'd have to have the same conversations with Douglas County. If you want extension further into Douglas County, we'd have to have a conversation of adding more money.
Okay.
$600,000 obviously is not going to cover a countywide transit service.
I don't think so because I don't see. meetings, and on what issues that matters to me, I like to get understanding. So it's going to be $1,050,000 with the money coming from the event center, and that money, if it should be going to the expansion of Douglas County, not to cover the costs that are being done already in California.
Good observation. Commissioner Hales.
You're not frustrating me. I just have stuff to say. I just want to go back. I want to go back just a little bit. So when I have sat through discussions as a member of the audience, the folks who are supporting the microtransit have said that Douglas County has an obligation based on the 2020 resolution. And I think that's exactly right. But also in the 2020 resolution, we see this. Whereas it is anticipated that once the Tahoe South Event Center is constructed, the district's existing public transit system will be insufficient to serve county residents and visitors at State Line. I was talking about Douglas County residents. And then number 2 in that same resolution, the paragraph, out of the whereas, but into the paragraphs. Paragraph 2, the district shall collaborate, that is the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District, in other words, us, shall collaborate with the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, TDVA, to ensure such service is carried out efficiently and best serves the needs of county residents. So somehow in the process of this thing, we lost sight of the obligation of the microtransit group to provide this service to Douglas County residents. And you know, I'm kind of okay with that because starting things is messy. And you're starting a hard thing. And it's a complex thing. And you started where you needed to start to get the ball rolling. And so I don't have trouble with that. But I do want to get us a little bit on a different track that is in keeping with this language that I just quoted. And that is, I don't want to feel like Douglas is adversarial to this microtransit effort, because we really have interests that align. And so if we could perhaps try not to make it adversarial, but talk about where do our interests align and how can we help each other succeed, I think that would be a really good thing. So as I look at this, I want to note a couple other things. Julie Reagan, the executive director of TRPA, wrote a letter in support. And I found it so interesting that one of her sentences says, the SSTMA, which is the microtransit system, free to the user, small passenger van-on-demand transit service will provide reliable and convenient transportation access for residents and visitors traveling around Kingsbury and the State Line tourist core. So in my mind, Kingsbury means not just one little panhandle that goes up a tiny little bit, but Kingsbury in my mind means Kingsbury grade. And so to me, she has in mind that we're working more like this and less like this. But when I look at the app, it says, Lake Link is an on-demand microtransit service for trips around State Line and South Lake Tahoe. So to me, that South Lake Tahoe, the city, and State Line is more of the casino area, but that doesn't include more of the residential part of Douglas County. So with that background, I would like to say that I really am supportive of this microtransit. I'm supportive of it because it brings us employees that we're not providing homes for. It brings us visitors who spend money in our businesses. It keeps the traffic reduced. It enhances our air quality. It enhances our water quality. So for all of those reasons, I'm a big fan. And I want this to succeed, but I also want the SSTMA, the microtransit effort, to start talking in terms of Douglas being not a hostile entity, but a valued entity. And to that end, I would say that I'm in favor of the full 600,000 on condition that the agreement, the interlocal agreement, or is it called interlocal agreement? That the interlocal agreement include the specific reference to the resolution calling out service to county residents. Also that we have a seat at the table of the SSTMA governing body, and also that there be guaranteed service to our higher density residential areas that would be more likely to use the service, which you've already referred to, Oliver Park, Lake Village, Ponderosa Park, and I mean, maybe you could just say all the apartments, because I think all the apartments would be pretty close there. I would like that to be in the interlocal agreement and not just some vague promise for sometime in the future. I would also say that this $600,000, to me, I'm not going to be looking for exactly how many dollars do you need to get you through the end of the year. I'm going to be looking at this $600,000 as an effort to support a startup that is new, that is messy, that is difficult, but is a worthy cause. But I don't want to go more than this, because I do think there's a lot of information that should trickle in and help us. It is true that this 0.5% is dedicated to transportation at the lake. But microtransit is not the only worthy cause for this money. We have other things that we'd really like to do with it. So, and we don't know how much is this $4 surcharge how much is that going to get us? And how much, there's a lot of unknowns, so I'm not about to go more than the 600, but I really feel very strongly that the 600,000 is worth it. And the one last thing I'll say is regarding public obligation versus private obligation, I don't know of any, I only know of very few employers who provide transportation to their employees' homes. It's different when you have the Ridge, Tahoe, shuttling people down to the casino core. That's a resort shuttling people to the casinos. And so that's different. And to say that bus systems that would be privately funded by businesses to get their employees home, that's just, doesn't happen. I think it's a legitimate government interest in this instance to support this public transportation system that helps us, helps our businesses continue to flourish. And so I've said everything all in one swoop. That's where I'm at on this.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm going to come right back to you, Commissioner Nossad. But Commissioner Hales, I would indicate that if you've ever been in the Bay Area of the San Francisco Bay Area and technology centers in Santa Clara and San Jose, many companies have microtransits where they assign it to an employee. They go around houses, pick up the employees, take them to work, and return them. And the employees trade off every week who's going to be the. So it does work, and there is an entity that does that. So I just wanted to point that element out. But I appreciate your concerns there. I do. So I heard your words as well. Okay. So don't think I didn't. Okay. Commissioner Nossad.
Okay. I would draw Commissioner's reference to the resolution, Resolution 2020-R-3007, Public Transit System Funding. And in the paragraph that she read, she left off the last part of the sentence after state line, comma, and it is in the best interest of Douglas County to allocate up to 0.5% to expand the public transit, et cetera, et cetera. One of your slides up here said 0.5%, period, not up to. So the idea of saying $1 or $600,000, that's the framework. And I think you want to be aware of what we want to have here. And I'm still going to hold to what you have on the map right now as being excessive. You're going to, most of that improvement is going to go toward not the township of South Lake Tahoe.
Okay, and so the comments I'll make are simply that, once again, and I've expressed this at every meeting, I believe, privately and public meetings, I recognize the obligations of the resolution, and I realize the obligation of up to 0.5%, and I have shared my fellow commissioners' concerns about the ability to get into the residential areas of Douglas County. I've been very clear about that the whole time that we've had these discussions, and I too read that paragraph into the record when we were in the Tahoe Township about carried out efficiently and best serves the needs of county residents and visitors. So that's a broad statement, and I suppose the needs of county residents and visitors, county residents, you could say that it best serves the needs of county residents who benefit from activity at the casinos. I suppose you could say that. Anyways, I know we have an obligation here. I'm not sure that the $600,000 is warranted. I do believe we need to make some financial commitment. I would hope we could do that today. I appreciate what Commissioner Hales has indicated about some of the items that perhaps should go into that interlocal agreement. Mr. Wadley, I don't know if that interlocal agreement can be changed. I don't know if it can change at this particular meeting or whether or not we would, and I believe what we're probably going to do today is, it says here, direct staff to return to the board to finalize a budget augmentation and associated resolution at a future meeting. So we would need it to, at that time, you're saying, if we as a board make an obligation today financially and agree to enter into an interlocal agreement, that still would have to come back to us so that we could approve the language of that interlocal agreement and do the budget augmentation. Would that be is that the correct procedure or not?
Zach Wadley, Deputy District Attorney. Yes, that's correct. So the interlocal agreement would come back to this board for approval with the approved funding amount for the remainder of this fiscal year, and that would be up for your consideration. I did want to note, Mr. Chair, Mr. Suarez did request to make one extra point. With your permission, I just wanted to make you aware of that, if you'll allow him to speak.
Well, just a minute, Mr. Suarez, and then I'll bring it back to you. I did want to indicate this last week, as a matter of fact, we just got back yesterday from Washington, D.C. from the NACO, National Association of Counties meetings. We did have an opportunity on Tuesday afternoon to meet with Senator Rosen from Nevada, and I don't want to steal your thunder, Commissioner Rice, but one of the big points that we did talk about is federal funding of transportation programs within the Tahoe Basin. We did bring that to her attention. She seemed to be very interested in pursuing that. And so I think we need to look beyond our local governmental entities to look at transportation dollars that are available federally, because that is a huge focus on throughout the nation is on transportation projects. So there may be an opportunity there that would take all responsibility out of the local entities process of funding this type of program. So I'm hopeful this program works. And I'm hopeful we can come to a conclusion today in regards to a funding amount, and then ask council to bring back to us an interlocal agreement. And so, and you had an additional comment.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Just before you go off on that, you were asking about federal funding. Can I ask a follow-up on that? Because it was mentioned to me by one of the staff members here that this program here is not available to get federal funding. I want to make sure you guys can explain to me if I'm wrong, because I'm only telling you what was told to me. This program can't get federal funding because it has less stringent requirements on the vehicles and the drivers and so forth. But we have a transportation program in Lake Tahoe that is more stringent, that can get federal funding. And if that's the case, why aren't we focusing more on that? Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to
Yes,
get an understanding of it.
And actually, there's no disagreement from my side either. We are completely aligned on that. We should be aggressively looking at state and federal funds. The Tahoe Transportation District is considered the direct recipient of those federal funds. So they have the primary responsibility and the authority to collect those dollars. Right? They come in through the MPO and to the TTD. So the service, in order to use federal funds, you have to follow all the federal rules and procurement processes and all those things. The TMA is a nonprofit. It's not cannot be a direct recipient of federal funds. Those funds would have to pass through the TTD. We were funding the first pilot year of the service to make sure that it was operational and it worked the way it's intended. But there is dialogue happening almost daily with the TTD about whether we federalize it, how we federalize it, how do we go out and get competitive dollars. Federal dollars, capital will pay 80-20, so 80% of the dollars can come in for federal. It'll also pay up to 50% of the operating funds, so capital for vehicles, 50% for operating funds for employees. And so that is a very important part of what we need to do looking forward as we expand the services. The federal dollars that come into this region are defined, the block grants, based on a very complicated calculation. But it's based on a certain amount of federal dollars that get assigned to the region, and then we have to figure out how to leverage those dollars in the most effective and efficient way possible. To have a healthy transit system, you need good, frequent bus service on the main trunk, if you will, the main corridor, and then fed by micromobility or other forms of transit that feed that system. So we are very clear we're not competing with the TTD. I'm having direct conversations with the Technical Advisory Committee of the TTD about how we go about, and I think everyone's aligned in that interest, is to figure out how to leverage federal and state dollars. Thank you. My last comment, if I may. I was responding. Okay, thank you. So to be clear, we're asking for the $600,000. You've heard that. We've also said that for that $600,000, we will also extend the service into those 4 areas that we talked about. If you make a decision to fund less, we're going to have to strongly consider whether we can do that, because we have to pay our operators by the hour, by the mile that they travel. This is extending into more of the county. So our anticipation is for the $600,000, we can offer that service into those 4 neighborhoods.
I understand she mentioned the 4 areas. I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Can you tell me how far north that would go?
Lake Village, Lake Village, Kale Drive, Oliver Park, and Ponderosa Park, I believe, which is a mobile home park.
Okay.
And I think there's some apartments by TRPA. You already serviced those, okay.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe Commissioner Rice had a comment?
I do.
And then hopefully maybe we can go to public comment, because we still haven't had public comment on this yet, folks. So
I just want to let you know, when I spoke with Senator Rosen, I wasn't planning on saying anything, but she came around the table asking what our pleasure would be to, if the federal government would get involved, what would we like? And I told her that we had a fledgling microtransit system that we're getting off of the ground. We're doing the preliminary work. We are under some pressure from outside of our state to electrify our fleet, which is going to be very interesting because the buses don't exist and we don't have the infrastructure. But the people that are for electrification don't worry too much about fact. They worry about, never mind, I'll just get in trouble here. But she seemed to be very interested in trying to help our transit get beyond the infant stage. But we have to get to the infant stage. That's why I am so concerned about us not fulfilling what I see as our obligation. I was part of this board 4 years ago when we were talking about this, and everybody seemed to think that this was a wonderful thing to happen. And I still think it's a wonderful thing to happen. And besides that, number one, it was part of the requirement to get our building permit to begin with. I wasn't happy then that we had to acquiesce to this requirement, but we did. And the fact is that we have a responsibility to make this thing happen. And I would beseech my fellow commissioners, please don't nickel and dime this thing. Let's do what needs to be done. And then later on, after it expands and then the money starts pouring in from the event center, then we can revisit it. But let's get this thing off the ground. Thank you.
Okay, we good with going to public comment, folks? Okay, we're going to have, yes, so public comment. Public comment is now available on this item, item number 4. And please keep your comments to the obligation and the interlocal agreement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Ellie Waller. I'll start with resolution states, whereas NRS 244.33512, 2 and 3 permit Douglas County to use the TLRT, that's TOT, to pay the cost of establishing, operating, and maintaining a public transit system, including any improvement thereto within the boundaries of Douglas County transportation or outside these boundaries if the Douglas County Governing Board find that the system outside the boundaries of the district will facilitate transportation within the district. There's lots of verbiage here about benefiting who, California or Nevada. I think we have in the future, when the board members report as commissioners to things like TRPA, a map would have been appropriate at that time, so we would have known what the service area was. Those are the kinds of things that come back from committees that all of you support. We really need to get down to right now determining what is our fair share service area. And in looking at the current link partners, Edgewood, Tahoe, Bally's, Harrah's, and Harvey's, Barton Health, and Heavenly all equal about 187,000. The county of El Dorado is 200. So I'm saying what I believe in good faith today, just so we can get this off the calendar and into a document that we can approve. We have a quarter left in fiscal year. I agree that we need to be a partner. We need to be a positive partner. But at this juncture, I think in good faith, $50K for the rest of this fiscal year with an anticipated up to, and we should discuss when budgeting starts in 2023-24, that maybe $200K until such time that the service area is equivalent to the rest of what the city is getting in fairness. We need to keep in mind that some of this budget might have to pay for parking areas for these people to get on microtransit. I don't expect you're going to go house to house, but people will drive from Carson City to go work at Bally's. They need some place to park, and we might be on the hook for parking lots. Thank you.
Additional public comment?
Thank you, Commissioners. Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Committee on behalf of Douglas County. It's impossible to address whole systems or the topic of holonomics without offending people, but we have to do what must be done. Foremost, I commend you for the amount of energy and the attention to detail. It's a complex subject. Fine presentation, sir. Fantastic architecture, beautiful building. Blue Line Transit makes a whole lot of sense, far superior than what we got now. I mean, we're grateful for our transportation. We need that. We're grateful for the buses, but let me remind you that they're changing the schedules all the time. You can't get drivers for these buses. There is no more transit from the state line to the valley. It's been changed. It's only an afternoon transit. Nobody here actually rides the bus. So this issue, again, belongs in one of the 22 committees and not just here on the threshing floor. A lot of the DART buses are running around with nobody in them. You got DART buses, you got senior center buses, you got casino buses, you got 5 different transit lines running, and most of them are running empty, burning $5 a gallon. Now, we offered assistance the last time we were here, and we said, hey, we'll help you with a study, we'll help you with some funding. We didn't hear back from anybody because they're not really interested in efficiency. They're just throwing more money at it. Just throwing more money at it. Just keep throwing more money at it. So I would say fund this thing, but before you do, hold somebody accountable for the efficiency of the entire transportation situation and develop an overview and a plan that makes sense. Furthermore, I hate to be the bringer of bad news, but your glass houses are going to be empty in the next 10 to 20 years. None of these statistics, none of this planning takes into consideration an unprecedented world war. You guys are just fact resistant and living in some kind of private Idaho because we are on the brink of something so cataclysmic. And none of you all you're all aware of it in some way, but you don't want to be responsible for it. If it's not a CME or a solar flare that takes out the grid, it'll be the World War or the biosphere-noosphere transition in the pole snap. We need to focus on alternative energy, localized agriculture, and humanitarian aid, and we need to start doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there an additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. I do have a few people online with their hand raised. Mr. Ingalls, do you have public comment on agenda item number 4?
Yes. All right. Lou Feldman is very good at giving these breathless, spectacular presentations. Ms. Hales, earlier in this meeting, you talked about subsidizing the range, the shooting range in the county. And this is subsidizing the event center, the microtransit. Commissioner Gardner, you talked about these transit things in the Bay Area. Well, those are all provided by corporations, so that's private money. Now, we've cottoned up $35 million for the event center. And then we find out later on that it's cost over $100 million. We'll never get an ROI on that. And we haven't seen any numbers on these microtransit things. What's going to be the operating costs? What are going to be the capital costs? So until they present that in detail, I would be reluctant to go ahead and improve this. Ask for some numbers, not some just pie in the sky thing, put it on a spreadsheet where you can look at it. Otherwise, don't do it. And you've already committed, this board and previous boards have already committed millions of dollars to this event center and LTVA and all of these different schemes. And Lou Feldman, he talked about some condominium being built down by the casinos. He didn't mention that in this presentation today. So some developer's going to be making a lot of money. And Mr. Feldman was involved in that hole in the ground up there, the Sherpa project next to Harvey's. I don't know where that's at. So I would be against this until you get some numbers, concrete numbers on paper that you can look at. I don't want to have my money going to this because I don't know what's going to happen. And if you recall, there is an item in the NRS that if a multi-use center does not make its profit, an ad valorem tax can be assessed against the taxpayers of the county. It's in there because none of these event centers that I have ever seen, including here in Nevada, make any money. So that's where it's at, and I wouldn't commit anymore because if you want to serve one term, that's going to be it. I won't vote for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I do have another individual. Ms. Learnhardt, do you have public comment on agenda item number 4?
I do. Elizabeth Learnhardt for the record. My comment is in opposition to funding agenda item 4. The presentation slides are very positive presented by Mr. Feldman. They're pretty but lack data. And I really would like to know what kind of algebra was used for slide number 16 because I cannot figure out how they got to these numbers. If somebody would explain that later on to me, it would be great. Why does Douglas County have an obligation to fund a free-to-user transportation system in South Lake Tahoe? Why do we need a system that is publicly funded from another state that competes with Uber and other private enterprises? Why does this need to be a user-free system? Many questions were raised by these presentations, and I can see that the commissioners were troubled too. How do you project future budget shortfalls to be handled? How does this project integrate with the Tahoe One plan? It seems to be this is potentially a bottomless money pit, and we're getting involved in it step by step. And I think this is the time to look at it and reflect where we want to go with this. The other point that shocked me in this presentation is to hear from Commissioner Rice that he's looking forward for this Lake Link service to extend to Spooner Summit. This directly connects this microtransit issue with Highway 50 East Shore CMP plan. This NDOT project has been declared shelved by Commissioner Gardner, yet here it surfaces again. The Board of Commissioners has repeatedly denied any influence on this project. Here it shows you do have influence. I do not support any extension of microtransit. Microtransit does not mean that there is a regular schedule. It is an at-will transit. But I don't know why we're creating this competitive system to other transits. Anyway, I would not sell the pelt of the bear before I hunt him. The conference center is going to pay for all of this, except as one of my previous commenters said, we don't know where the economy is going to go in the next years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, any additional?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. I did have one individual with their hand raised earlier. Gavin, do you have public comment on agenda item number 4?
No, not this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no further public comment online at this time.
Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Where are we at, folks? Commissioner, okay.
Okay, first of all, with respect to Ms. Leinhardt, we've had some really nice conversations dealing with Highway 50, but I have to disagree with her on this position here. One of the main issues or concerns that I've heard about Lake Tahoe is the transportation and the traffic and everything. And it's actually one of the concerns you had with respect to Highway 50. This is supposed to help alleviate some of that traffic. Same with the pollution. I think there's some real positives with this program. And as I mentioned with my question, I have a lot of concerns about whether Douglas County is paying more than its fair share of this. And I don't agree with Commissioner Rice that we have an obligation of $600,000, but we do have an obligation of something. And I think our obligation at this point is to make sure this program continues at least to the next fiscal year, and we see where everybody else is putting up their money. Are we going to continue to have the private funding come in, and if so, how much? There are a lot of benefits that some of these private companies are getting. The casinos are getting workers that are coming in there. They're getting tourists that are coming in there. They probably should continue to provide some type of funding. Certainly, the city of South Lake Tahoe is getting a great benefit out of it because you see the numbers of rides that are being done there. I would hate to see this program fall apart. I would like to see this thing funded through the end of, I thought the fiscal year was the end of June, but if we're saying July, we go through July. I think Commissioner Hales' request that and I think that it was accepted by the gentleman, Mr. Suarez, that they would extend the area immediately, if I understood it correctly, into Douglas County to the 4 areas that Commissioner Hales asked. I think that would help some. I don't know if that would still be worth how much they're asking for us to put into it. But anyway, so I think there's a lot of positives. I want to fund it. I want to fund it so we can get through. I'm probably going to make some people mad here, but I would fund it up to $520,000. And the way I came to that is $920,000 is the money that's been raised. Although there was one area that said $920, the other said $931 in a supplement. But I'll take the lower end. They said the cost to finish out the annual funding, it was $1.44 million. Well, $920,000, 1.44 minus 920 is 520. I don't see the benefit, the purpose of giving a full 600 if they don't need that much to get to the annual funding. I think it would be a mistake on our part to make a commitment on the funding after this July, before we know what's happening with the other organization groups, both public and private, and what the ticket sales are coming in from the event center. That's the position I would take.
Thank you. Commissioner Nosat?
Yes, I've taken and expanded the map to 322% so I could get it into one screen. There's not any, the only thing that's there is the timeshare down at the end of the street of Kale, and a little bit up into the other area. So when I said 10% based on population, I think it's far less than that. Okay, secondly, when you come back, tell us where this money's going to be spent. I'm not talking about, yeah, I am talking about detail. How many units can you buy? How many drivers do you need? Do you need mechanics, et cetera? Everything that you need to make this thing work. But I haven't heard that here. It would be nice just to have a good project plan to show us too. And as far as I'm concerned, right now I'm going to stick with my $60K as the recommended amount and go from there after July.
Okay. Commissioner Hales, anything else to add? No? Okay. Commissioner Rice, anything else to add?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve an interlocal agreement between Douglas County, acting as the Tahoe-Douglas Transportation District, and the Tahoe-Douglas Visitor Authority to partially fund the operation of a microtransit system to facilitate public transit within the district from the 1% transit lodging room tax in the amount of $600,000 for fiscal year 22-23, and authorize staff to return to the board with the associated budget augmentation at a future meeting.
Give a second.
No, I'd like to offer an amendment.
You may offer an amendment. Well, no, we have to have a second and before you offer an amendment.
Oh.
Okay. So I don't hear a second. I didn't offer comment before the motion, so I will make a little bit of comment now. And I also, I do respect the need to do this. And that's what I've been struggling with for the last 6 months or better, is the amount and when. I think the when is now, okay? I don't know that the amount still fits with my way of thinking to the full tune of 600K. We had a motion in front of us in October, I believe it was, for 300K, if I remember right. I think it was October or November, one of those two. 300K, that failed to get any traction whatsoever. And that was a number that I felt I was comfortable with. And I think that's what we're looking for right now, is a number that we can stomach as a commission. And so 520K that Commissioner Tarkanian has offered is more than I basically anticipated offering today. I expected Commissioner Rice to ask for the whole 600K, but I see the reasoning behind the 520K, and so I think I would be comfortable in going that high. So I don't know if that was kind of your anticipated amendment, but so I'll entertain a motion basically for 520K. How's that?
Well, that's good to know.
Huh?
I'm glad to know where you're at.
Okay.
I'd prefer 600. I think we should do 600. They're starting up. Startups are messy. Startups are hard. To give them the benefit of the doubt, with 60K more, give them the 600,000 and let them get a strong start. The reason I didn't second the motion is I want to include as condition to our contribution, the seat at the table, including the neighborhoods that we've discussed. And I want in the language of the interlocal agreement from our paragraph 2 from the 2020 resolution talking about serving Douglas County residents.
You want the four counties?
The 4 neighborhoods. Yeah.
That should be in the resolution too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I listed that.
Well, my observation is, I think, and I don't know if you've made that in the form of a motion, my observation is you could have gone ahead and seconded the motion and then offered that as an amendment to be included in that motion, but that's technical, okay? So
I'll make a motion.
where are we at here? Okay, you want to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Okay. Well, we'll have discussion of the motion once it occurs, if there's a second on the motion.
Optimistically, I move that we approve a contribution in the amount of $600,000 on the condition of the interlocal agreement, including reference to paragraph 2 in the 2020 resolution, including that Douglas will have a seat at the table, a seat on the governing board of SNSTMA, and that service be included in the interlocal agreement to the neighborhoods that have been discussed today. Oliver Park, Lake Village, Ponderosa Park.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion, and I'm not going to try to repeat it because I'm not sure I'd get it all correct, but I think it's in the record properly. So, and we have a second by Commissioner Rice, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice. Discussion on the motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Noasad.
I'm going to hearken back to the good old days of RDA 2 at its inception, when we thought that the event center was going to be a paltry sum of $10 million. By the time we got done, we were upwards of $60 million. And that, to me, is a sand hole. You're pouring money into that sand hole. Are we going to get back what we invested? Everybody here says they will. Secondly, and I'm looking at the map, and if the map extends all the way to Cave Rock, we're still 10% of the population. And we should pay 10% of what we want to get. I mean, any more than that is outright charity. I oppose the 600,000. Let me just add, I said 60K. I'll go to 100K.
I think we get a lot more than a percentage of service, because we're bringing in people that are going to be spending dollars here in Nevada where we're getting a tax from it. But I'm not going up higher than 520, so I will be a no on the vote.
You could offer an amendment to reduce the amount, right, Mr. Ritchie? Yes, you can make an amendment to reduce the amount and see if you can get anywhere with it.
I had my experience with you guys on the board. I am gun shy now, so no. Okay, I'll make an amendment to Commissioner Hales's statement so that the amount we'll pay is 520. I just want to also make clear, and I think that she intended this, that this is good for this fiscal year, and then we'll bring it back and decide after this fiscal year how much we're going to give after that. That this isn't a continual commitment.
Okay. Do we have a second on the amendment to reduce the amount to 520K? Well, I don't normally second motions, but I do have that right as a commissioner, so I will second that motion, Mr. Tarkanian, to move the amount to 520K. Now we're going to have discussion on that amendment to reduce the amount to 520K. Any discussion on reducing the amount to 520K? Commissioner Hales.
I think it's apparent that we're not going to get 600, so I can support the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the original 600K was going to go for a full fiscal year. That was the intention, right?
That was the intention.
No. Today?
No.
The original intention of this whole issue, the resolution, was for 22 to 23, right?
Zach Wiley, Deputy DA, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so this 520 would cover us just to the end of this fiscal year.
Correct.
Okay.
Had we gotten in at the very beginning of this and given $600,000, that would have covered the whole fiscal year, correct? So why would we want to pay 520 or any amount under over 300,000 if we're only going to get half a year's worth out of it?
Answer that question? Because that was a question I had actually with our 201 board, and it made a lot of sense what you were with, not me. They answered this to you. So although this was going to be a full year's contribution, it's my understanding, and I guess you guys can tell us otherwise, you raised all this other money, you spent it all now or obligated it all, so there's not enough money to take to the end of the year. So if we don't fund this now, the program actually ends. I mean, and I don't see a benefit for us for that.
Commissioner Rice, anything to add on the amendment?
No, sir.
Okay, we have a motion to amend the main motion, the amount from 600,000 to 520K. Sensing no further discussions, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Okay, motion passes 4-1. Now on the main motion, as amended, as stated by Commissioner Hales, to include the aspects of the interlocal agreement as stated. Sensing no further discussion on that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Okay, motion passes 4-1 again. So 520K. Okay, now I just want to, I want to be clear for this board and the public what our steps are from here. Mr. Wadley, you're going to bring back to us an interlocal agreement. Will it be at our next meeting, or?
I'll try to get it agendized with you as soon as possible. Hopefully the next meeting. There will also be budget augmentations.
But it'll also, and I would hope that maybe you and Ms. Hales could get together and make sure you have the wording correct on that motion.
Happy to do that.
Okay, Commissioner Hales, you good with that? Okay, thank you. Okay, very good. I need a break. Okay, I need a break. So are we good with, it's 4:10 right now by my computer. Can we be back by 4:20? 10 minutes? Okay, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay, my computer is showing 4:20, but I cannot run this. I can't do this by myself.
Recording in progress.
Boy, if I can do this by myself, I'll move through these next two really, really quick, by the way. You're
Miss Hales, you are needed at the board.
Let the record show that the chairman was ready at 4:20. I would ask the other three commissioners to please, now I've lost another one. So, Commissioner Hales, it's 4:20, please. At 4:21, if you could return to the dais. Commissioner Tarkanian and Commissioner Rice and Commissioner... I don't have, okay, there's a quorum in the room, but not on the dais. Okay. Commissioner Tarkanian is oh, that's... Okay, and Commissioner Rice, I'm sure, will join us shortly. So we'll go ahead and call this back to order. 4 commissioners are present, and I believe Commissioner Rice is on his way. So we'll go into item number 5 for possible action, discussion, and direction to staff regarding the 2023 session of the Nevada Legislature, including bill draft requests or other legislative matters that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to take a position in support or opposition on pending legislation, including AB 5, AB 20, AB 47, AB 68, SB 20, SB 21, SB 22, and SB 81, or other bills included in the Douglas County Bill Tracker report, including with the board packet. And just for clarification's sake to the public, AB stands for Assembly Bill and SB stands for Senate Bill. So either one of those houses can generate bills. They are heard by committee and then by the whole body, and then they have to go over to the other chamber, not the originating chamber, but the other chamber for consideration as well. So, and Commissioner Rice has joined us, so my prelude to your comments have served us well in bringing all 5 of us back to the board. So, Mr. Cates, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Cates. So, legislative session. Wait a second here. Where isn't this going? Hang on one second. Why is this not forwarding? Oh, there we go. Okay. So 110 days left in the legislative session. I think at the stroke of midnight, it'll be 109 days, but who's counting? Okay, so I have a few specific bills that I want to update you on. First of all, I want to talk about our bill, AB 68. That's the China Spring Funding Formula Bill. We've talked about that multiple times. I do have it on the tracker as being supported by this board since you voted to instruct me to submit the bill on behalf of the county. We did have a hearing for that bill on Monday in the Assembly Judiciary Committee. It was well received. There were some questions, no contention. Everybody that spoke on the bill spoke in support. There was nobody neutral and nobody opposed. So that's the initial hearing. It will be scheduled in Assembly Judiciary for a work session. When they have the work session, that's when they'll vote on the bill. That's when they would consider any amendments. I don't anticipate any for this bill, and I don't yet know when that's going to be scheduled. After it moves out of committee during the work session, then it would go to the Assembly floor, and then as you indicated, it would then go back over to the Senate to go to a committee and go through that process again.
When you see back over, I thought this was a Assembly bill that was, so how did it get over to SB already, or the Senate already?
I misspoke. I apologize.
Oh,
It
okay,
originated in
okay.
this House, in this committee.
Okay, and so, okay, but there was no, as you're indicating, there was no comments negative from either side of the aisle.
There was some questions from the committee members, mild questions. Other entities came and spoke in support of the bill. Washoe County came and spoke in support of the bill. NACO supported the bill, as did Mary Walker representing us, Lyon, and Story counties. I think that was all the public comment they had. And as I said, they'll schedule that for a workshop to actually vote on it, to vote it out of committee. So far, so good. We don't see any obstacles to getting that through. The next item that we're keeping an eye on is the Health and Human Services budget. That the governor's budget restores reductions to China Spring. That has not been scheduled yet. I don't anticipate that until March sometime. And with that, I'll move to some priority bills that I would like the board to consider taking a position on. And some of these I talked about last time, and they're all included in your packet as far as the actual bill language itself. AB 5, this is a League of Cities bill. League of Cities bill. It directs Department of Taxation to have a study conducted on unfunded mandates on local governments. I think this is a very good bill. We've seen a lot of unfunded mandates over the years. If I could just give one example, I can't remember the bill number off the top of my head, but one of the legislation that was passed last session was to require 48-hour hearings when somebody's arrested for a preliminary bail hearing. That was passed. That was an unfunded mandate. This board approved additional staff for the DA's office and the courts to cover that new expense. It also impacted our indigent defense program. So it's just an example of an unfunded mandate. They mandated us to do something, had a cost to us. They didn't provide any funding source for that. AB 20 is a bill that relates to water. This is from the Division of Environmental Protection, the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources at the state. So this is a governor's bill. What this does is it makes changes to the state revolving fund for water projects. Just to give you an example, we access this revolving fund for Cave Rock water system. We borrowed money from this fund and issued bonds, which is board approved, and those bonds will be used to pay back that fund. This bill makes various changes to that, conforms it with some federal law. I think most significantly, and why I think this is worth supporting, is it does allow these funds to be used for hookup of septic systems to municipal treatment systems. I think that's huge. I think that's a big issue that we've been talking about as a board. I think that could really be a game changer to be able to help people hook up to the system. It's not entirely clear what the mechanisms will be, how that would work, but just as a for instance, it could be that our wastewater treatment system would hook up homes and then do an assessment on their property bill to pay back that loan. I don't know exactly if it'll work that way. We need more details on that, but I think it's a very positive bill that could really help us out. Next bill is AB 47. This is a NACO bill. This relates to off-highway vehicles, and it revises provisions regarding public trails to operate OHVs. And the issue here, I don't know if it's a real big issue in our county. We definitely have some popular OHV areas in the county, but there is the state OHV Commission. They do grant money to jurisdictions to build trails, do signage, do that sort of thing. And in some jurisdictions, there's a common problem they have with ATVs riding on the state highways. and they're not really licensed to be on the state highways. So this allows the construction of facilities that are adjacent to highways. So you could have a trail next to the highway that's for an OHV, as an example. Again, I don't know. I'm not aware that we have accessed any of these funds. Perhaps we have, but I'm not aware of it. But we certainly have a lot of activity in our county, and it seems like a positive bill we're supporting.
Okay. Before you go into the next slide, then, should we have not public comment, but commissioner questions on any of
Sure.
these three? These are
Yep.
AB bills, and
Yes.
then we can go into the SB bills.
Yep.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions that you might have on these? Okay. So, and you're recommending that after we have to receive public comment, of course, today, but you're recommending that we support these bills, is that correct?
That's
So that
correct.
would have to be a function that we would consider after public comment?
Correct.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Okay, I'm moving to Senate bills. SB 20, this is also an ACO bill. This relates to county commissions. This would allow counties to define a process to fill vacancies on their board if somebody were to resign or pass away during their tenure. Current state law gives that power to the governor. So it doesn't prescribe specifically what it looks like, but it puts that control in the county commissions to determine how to replace one of their members. Next bill is SB 21. This deals with population thresholds and statute that are used primarily to distinguish between the urban counties of Clark and Washoe from the rest of the state, the rural counties. And this adjusts those thresholds. It has to be based on the census, and we're right on the cusp of hitting 50,000. And there's a variety of statutes to which that would apply. So this keeps us rural under state law. And again, that's a NACO bill. Next bill is also a NACO bill, SB 22. It is in regards to public notices. Current law requires posting in a paper of circulation. Any notices that we have to do, this would allow this would allow for electronic notice. So just as an example, Record Courier has a website. We could post that on their website. You know, the problem we talked a little bit about last time is the number of local newspapers is shrinking and the frequency with which they publish is shrinking. It's getting harder and harder to do business when they only publish a paper once or twice a week. So those are the Senate bills. I have one other
I do
bill
have a
to
question.
talk about. Go ahead.
Back to the SB 21.
Yes.
Is it based on that 10-year census?
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
So this just gets us until,
10 years down the road.
but it gets us safely for 10 years and then,
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, all right.
That's correct.
And then we'd have to do it again in 10 years.
Correct.
Right. So as our member of to NACO, this is not the National Association. This is the State Nevada Associated Counties. I've spoken on all three of these at a NACO meeting. Number one, SB 20, of course, that is an opt-in process. So the commissioners in a particular county would have to generate an ordinance unto themselves that might be separate from the other counties, where you would designate how you would go through that process. If this passes and a county fails to take that option, then it would still revert back to the governor. So I think that would be very beneficial for us. Secondly, on SB 21, I testified that raising it from 50 to 52 is too tight of a margin, especially Douglas County. Over the next 10 years, we're right at 49.9 or 49.5, I think. So the chances with the housing that we have coming forward in the next 10 years in Douglas County, we could exceed the 52. And so that would revert back to, that would not necessarily be good for us in 10 years. And I think that's one of our responsibilities, is to look beyond tomorrow and the next day, but look 5 and 10 years out. And so I've suggested that NACO take a look at trying to get an amendment to that, to raise that threshold to either 60 or 65,000. That would protect us. It would also protect, I believe, Carson City and also Lyon County that are right on these thresholds. Lyon County and Carson City are already above the 52, as I understand it. So they're not protected by this. So that's why I thought it should go higher than 52. I didn't agree with that 52 number, even though I support the bill. And then thirdly, on the public notice, a lot of counties, small counties on the eastern side of the state are closing up their individual little newspapers, okay? And so they are struggling meeting this requirement that they publish it in the newspaper. So that's why we're trying to accommodate them in doing it through an electronic mean versus that. So I didn't want to, but I think those are some important aspects of those three anyways. And you had one more, right? SB 81?
Thank you, sir. I just would follow up on that, I think these are good bills, and as you pointed out, we're a member of NACO, and I would think we'd be supportive of the bills that NACO's promoting. There are a couple other bills they have, but they don't relate directly to us. One is for really small counties, and one, I believe, specific to Clark, so I haven't included those.
Okay.
Okay, next bill, I don't believe we talked about last time. This is a bill of concern, and I ask you to consider opposing this bill. SB 81 deals with regional planning. This is a bill sponsored by Senator Skip Daly. And basically what it does, there's existing state law that basically singles out Douglas County, Carson City, Lyon, Story, and Washoe County, and it says that the county managers have to meet annually to discuss issues of regional importance. And a lot of this and we have to do a report to the legislature based on that meeting. And a lot of this stems from concerns and ongoing debates about the impact of regional growth on the various jurisdictions. And a lot of it really centers around Story County and the Tahoe-Reno Industrial Park. And there has been ongoing debates about the impact it has on Washoe County or the city of Sparks. And there are arguments that have been made that Story County gets all the benefit of these industrial properties. Never mind, they have tax abatements on most of those properties. But that the city of Sparks, Washoe County, and others have to provide housing and other services for people that work in those areas. That in and of itself, that seems pretty straightforward. We get together once a year and we talk these things through and give a report to the legislature. This bill would add the people that participate or the groups that participate, and would add cities. So City of Sparks, City of Reno, and City of Fernley would have a seat at the table, and it also adds 2 legislators. And those legislators would have to be legislators that have districts within those counties or that include some of those counties, and they would be appointed by legislative leadership. I think the problem and the concern with this is that it takes away the authority of individual counties and county commissions. We have responsibilities for development, and based on my experience, I think we all work pretty well together without having legislation. And if you include the cities, that would end up meaning that Washoe County, City of Reno, City of Sparks, City of Fernley could all have a particular view on things and could weigh the report in that direction. And the same thing with legislative leadership or legislators on that. I don't really think that's appropriate. This is really an attempt at my belief is that this is an attempt at regionalizing planning and taking authority away from county commissions. And this bill just has these little changes in it, but I could foresee at some point in the future the legislature creating a regional development board, maybe something like TRPA, but for all of northwestern Nevada. I haven't heard that discussed explicitly, but that seems to be the concern and where this is trending forward. And I really think it does take away our authority as individual counties, and this county commission gets to decide development in this county, and not neighboring counties, not the City of Sparks, City of Reno. So for that reason, I'm recommending that this board take a position of opposition to this bill. This bill is up for hearing on Monday. I'll be attending that, And I think all the counties at least the counties in the Quad Coalition that work with the walkers, we're all talking about opposing that bill.
That's
Any
it?
questions?
Any questions, commissioners? Okay. This is for possible action, so we'll go to public comment at this time, if you're good with that.
I am.
Okay.
I will just throw up on the slide a possible motion if you agree with my recommendations.
Okay. We'll hear public comment, and then we'll bring back to the board and consider. So public comment at this time on.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well done, Mr. Cates. Have you thought about bringing this presentation to political science students at Douglas County who might express an interest in these kinds of procedures? You know, the privilege of being able to go to the state capitol, which is only 20 minutes from you, to go to a meeting and learn how to speak up or participate in the political process. And if you haven't, maybe you will now. That would be a great applied science project. Myself, being a graduate of Douglas High, I'm always intrigued as to how we never went to field trips to the Capitol, never learned about Douglas County commissioners, never learned about local business, never learned about money, certainly never learned about the courts, never learned about Nevada history, never went to the Cultural Center or the museum. We got one field trip to UNR back in the day, and that was a lot of fun. But as far as the state of Nevada, which ranks 48th in the country for poor educational standards, I would think that this would be a very valuable facet that our county manager could integrate. And myself, I plan on being a lobbyist. Been doing my research, and I'm just inspired that we've got this resource in this state capitol and this incredible website, and that I can start to make some money doing what I've always done for free. So, yeah, let's get the most out of it and bring the art of governance to the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. And any other questions, commissioners? Do we wish to take okay, Commissioner Hales?
I move that we approve support of AB 520, 47, SB 20, 21, and 22, and that we oppose SB 81.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to take action in support of AB 5, AB 20, AB 47, SB 20, SB 21, and SB 22, and oppose SB 81 as included in this report. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay. We will go to item 6. And just so we were all on the same page today, we got a little off track at the last time because I was looking at electronic items and then a written item, and I didn't have a red line item in front of me. So hopefully all of us have a red line item on this. And I think we got through page, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like I see red lines all the way up to page, ooh, I see some on page 9, is it? Okay. Okay. So are we're ready to go into, so I will read this into the item. into the agenda so we can proceed with this item. For possible action, discussion to review and update the Board of County Commissioners' norms, procedures, and direct staff to bring forward a resolution incorporating any requested change to the norms and procedures at a future board meeting. This is being, Patrick Cates is on it, but anyways, I think I'll lead this as I have before. I know there was a request from Commissioner Hales that we move immediately to section number 9. Is that correct, Commissioner Hales?
It seems to me like while we might make more minor changes to the rest, that the big issue left is how we manage getting items on the agenda.
Okay.
So maybe while we're fresh, we could talk about that one.
Okay. That certainly is fine with me. Okay, so item 9. Okay. Anyways, item 1, there have been a couple of red line changes to that. Just basically typos, right? That's what it was on item C. But I know that I believe Commissioner Tarkanian has something to say on A.
I like A. I think we should have A, but have it enforced.
I have some suggestions on A.
Okay.
Right now, there's no timelines or specific process, and the word can is sort of squishy to me.
Okay.
So I like the process that Clark County uses, which is any commissioner can ask for a future agenda item. And when that happens, a timeline goes into effect. And within a certain number of days or a month or whatever, then there's an agenda item that is regarding this item. Are we going to hear this item in the future?
That's not what it says. Go ahead.
Okay, let's.
So that there would be a two-step process. If one commissioner wants a matter on the agenda, it doesn't automatically get put on an agenda, but whether to discuss that gets put on the agenda. If one commissioner can put anything on the agenda, then once something is on the agenda, then staff has to do background work and prepare and invest time in getting ready for the meeting. And if only one member can dictate that happen, then you could end up with one person deciding how a lot of staff members are going to spend their time. So that's a problem. So ideally, a majority of the board would decide what the items are going to be on the agenda. I mean, besides the items that naturally need to come anyway and would come anyway, if one board member wants a matter on the agenda, under my scenario, they would say, this is the agenda item that I want. And then let's just say at the next regularly scheduled meeting, there will be an agenda item that says, for possible action, will the board hear an agenda item about X? And it could use the wording of the commissioner. The wording isn't going to be super critical because the staff's not going to do any background work on it. The agenda item is just to decide whether the full board wants to address the matter. And then if the 3 members say, yes, we want to address the matter, then it's put on an agenda, and you can put a timeline on that too, at the next regular meeting or within 30 days. And then staff can spend some time getting ready and getting backup documents. And so, if you did next regular meeting for both of the timelines, then anyone's agenda item would theoretically be heard within about a month.
Okay. And I don't disagree with your analysis there. The problem may be that it may require the suggested item may require review by the Planning Commission or some other commission, and that may take longer than the 30 days. I believe Commissioner previous Commissioner Ingles' idea regarding septic tanks, actually, it came before us, and we directed staff to do that, but that took staff, quite some time, and then it had to go to the Planning Commission for their review before it comes to us. So he was very concerned that his item would not get heard before he left the board, and we tried to facilitate that as quickly as we could to make sure that he was given the opportunity to have that item addressed before he left the board in December. I understand I think we need a procedure. I agree with you. How that procedure needs to be played out can be discussed. I want to go back to item A here, if you don't mind, in regards to that, and indicate that it says any commissioner or the chair can place items on the agenda by contacting the county manager. I think that perhaps having that wording "or the chair" has been misconstrued over a long period of time. And that's almost indicating that the chair is not a commissioner, by saying any commissioner or the chair, okay? So I would like those three words struck from this item, okay? And just say any commissioner can place items on the agenda by contacting the county manager. Now, the procedure after that contact takes place, then it needs to be developed by, I believe, the county manager, with concurrence from us, of course. Okay, but that's initially my feeling. Now I've been a victim of this, and I'm being accused of also taking a greater authority than I had as chair, and so I've been a victim of this, and I know other commissioners have been a victim of this. Commissioner Ingles there was a number of items I know that he had that he wanted heard, and he was never able to get them on the agenda because this item seemed to give the chair the ability to strike items from the agenda or not allow items from other commissioners to come onto the agenda. And so he was repeating a process that had been perpetrated upon him, right, Commissioner Noasad? Yep. Because you were vice chair when he was chair, but we know that there were items that were not heard because they were struck. Okay, the concept of the auxiliary dwelling units, I asked for that to be on an agenda, and then that was taken off the agenda, and I was called and said that ain't going on the agenda because you didn't get my approval. Okay. That was very disturbing, and so I don't like that process personally, okay? And I think that maybe, and I don't want the public to perceive, and that's what the problem is right now, is the public perceives that the chairman has control of the agenda, and that's not the case. That's not the case at all. There is a process that Patrick Cates goes through in regards to building an agenda. And perhaps maybe Patrick can give us an illustration, or maybe you want me to talk about it first and then you can correct me, or?
Mr. Chairman, we were working on Commissioner Hale's recommendation about having the board vote on whether or not to have an agenda placed. If that is a for action item, that calls for public comment.
We haven't discussed it.
We haven't discussed that, and that would be, and that also, we'll take public comment after we make all of our changes, right? Now, I appreciate you pointing that out, because I did want to ask a question. We've added a sentence on the end of presentation items for item 7, and it says, and this is something that we added 3 meetings ago, I believe, or 2 meetings ago, and where commissioners during their announcements, reports, updates can articulate a request for discussion of a future agenda item. Now, so I have a question for legal counsel in that regard. And if a commissioner suggests an item for the agenda that they want to have perhaps brought before the agenda on a future agenda, we're not really taking action on that agenda item. But it's okay if we can build is it okay for us, for instance, if there was an item today, would it be okay for us to build a consensus as to whether or not we wanted to direct staff to bring that forward? Or would that have to be in a separate agenda item to get consensus to bring that forward, or direct staff to bring that forward? That's a difficult question, isn't it, Mr. Ritchie?
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. To the extent how the current agenda is worded, it would be more along the lines of what Commissioner Hells has proposed, which is any commissioner can say, I'd like this on the next agenda. And so the staff would agendize a discussion on whether the board wants to have that item put on the agenda. So it's almost like a 3-step process. It'd be at this meeting, a commissioner say, I want to have this discussion on X. Staff would put on the next agenda an agenda item for possible action, discussion whether the board wants to agendize this X, whatever that is. That would give all the board an opportunity to weigh in. Public comment would weigh in on whether the board wants to even discuss this more fully, which would then trigger staff to expend some effort to prepare for that agenda item.
Quick question. Right now, I'll go to Manager Cates and say, I want to have XYZ put on the agenda. I want to know from that point forward, what are you going to do, and how long is it going to take before we get an agenda item on? Or is there any way that you would be able to report to the person like me who offered something that here's what the status is 3 weeks ago, or for 3 weeks from now? No, like I mentioned to you, come to the 2-on-1s or 1-on-1s on a Tuesday for the agenda that's going to appear on Thursday hardly gives us time to think, whoa, wait a minute.
Couldn't do it on 2-on-1s anyways, because that agenda is already published and out to the public. Okay, but you could use that 2-on-1 to say a future board agenda item that would come on 2 weeks henceforth.
I'm asking about what's the process that Manager Cates goes through, who he has to send it to, and I don't understand that process.
Okay, so how does it get, so once again, we're getting back to this. So I think your question has been answered, Ms. Hales, regarding asking for an item to be on the agenda to ask us for a consensus on whether or not we want to direct staff.
Well, apparently I've talked too much because it's not. Oh, there we go. Well, I'm not sure I had a question, but what I understand being proposed is we would leave on the agenda the last item as you have comprised it. And if any commissioner says, I want to talk about parking at the historic courthouse, then the next regular meeting would have an agenda item that says the commissioners will decide whether to discuss parking at the historic courthouse. If 3 or more vote in favor of that, then staff will prepare. And obviously, if that thing takes planning commission process, then we would have to note that so that that's allowed for. So that's what I see as being proposed. In other words, you ask for an agenda item, then it's placed as a request for an agenda item, and then it becomes an agenda item if a majority want to talk about it.
I think that's what's been articulated. Yes. Commissioner Tarkanian?
Yes, thank you. Miss Commissioner Hale's statement about Clark County is not true. She's misreading it. The section states, Section 4E, items on the agenda, all matters to be considered by the board shall be submitted to the county manager. Items shall be on the regular schedule of the Board of County Commissioners first to discuss the item and get input before proceeding with an item to be brought before the board for action at a later date. Nowhere does it state you need 3 votes to have it put on the agenda. What Clark County says is you bring it before the board so the whole board knows what agenda item you're talking about, and then it's scheduled for a discussion at the next vote. I spoke with the chairman of Clark County, Jim Gibbons, and he said absolutely not can he or a majority of the board stop an item from being put on the agenda. It is not a majority vote. It is the majority, you bring it back on the agenda so the whole board knows what item is going to be brought back later. There is no veto power by 3 people, because if you do that, the majority of the board can deny the public the opportunity to see where each commissioner stands on important issues. Now, I have an item that I want before the agenda. I'm not going to get 3 votes on it. But I think every one of you commissioners should be on the record so your constituents know where you stand on the record. If 3 commissioners can say, hey, I'm going to stop public discourse on an issue that I don't want to be on the agenda for, it is more lack of transparency, more behind the scenes, more devious actions being taken by the board that wants to be kept from the public. There is not one board or city council that requires 3 votes, not one. I've spoken to the chairman of Clark County, Jim Gibbons. No, they don't. I spoke to Sparks City Council, Christopher Dare. They require 2. I spoke to Lyon County, former Commissioner Bob Hastings. They only 1. I talked to Victoria Seaman from the city of Las Vegas, who will be the next mayor, incidentally, there. Only 1. I talked to the city of Henderson City Councilman, Kerry Cox. Only 1. Nowhere is anywhere 3 votes. Now, it's fine when you guys have a majority now and you feel that you can control the agenda, but at some point you may not have the majority. And then how are you going to feel when you want to have something brought before the public so the public can hear where everybody stands and you're denied that? I tell you, this is one of the most egregious proposals I've ever heard. And whether it's intentional or not, I don't know. But to say that you got to have a majority of the board to vote to have a hearing on it on a vote that only requires a majority is irrational.
Commissioner Tarkanian, I would note that you have articulated that, in my opinion, that 3 members of this board are committing open meeting law violations. And I can tell you that I am not a part of that. I have never committed an open meeting law violation. Okay?
I didn't say that. I said that
That's the conclusion. Yes, you said that 3 commissioners have basically colluded to set the agenda, and that's not the case.
I love the way you misrepresent things, Commissioner Chairman Gardner. I said I want an item brought on the agenda, and I will not have the 3 votes to get it done, because I know from your discussions with each of you and from the way you guys have acted, including keeping my item off the agenda with the previous board, where everybody stands. That's not an open meeting violation. Before you make a statement like that, which is an ethical violation, you ought to have some facts to back it up. There's a recording of this, and we can see what it says.
So,
Commissioner Hales.
I certainly may. Clark County Board of Commissioners Rule of Procedure Handbook, December 2018. On page 6, it says, prior to placing a commissioner requested agenda item before the board for action, an item to discuss the commissioner request must first be placed on a regularly scheduled board meeting agenda.
Discuss, nowhere does it say it has to be voted on to have it brought before the next board. It just says discuss.
I don't know, you may be right, but it does talk about the purpose of the discussion item is to provide other commissioners with an opportunity to consider the request and potential costs associated with the proposal, costs as in staff time, et cetera. And it goes on from there. So I may be wrong, but I am right in the point of it's a two-step process, that they put an item on to discuss whether they should. And, you know, if it's just discussion and consensus or whatever, I stand corrected. But I am also right in that they have a two-step process, and that was my point.
Commissioner Harrell's, the cost that I read, the cost as being the cost of what that proposal would be to the county if it was passed, not the cost of the staff putting it on the agenda.
Commissioner Tarkanen, you're going to find me, you're going to be surprised at my comments just now, okay? You're going to be really surprised. But I agree with your conclusion. I know that comes as a surprise to you. But and the reason I say that, is that if it requires 3 commissioners to vote to ask staff to put that on the agenda and do the research, my concerns are that is giving the public an indication that there may be 3 commissioners have already made their decision on that item. Is that not a correct, would that not be a correct assessment? Okay, so I kind of concur with what you're saying, that maybe it doesn't require 3 members of the board to say, yes, we concur with that item, and it should, because now we're discussing and almost deliberating on that item before it ever gets to the board. Would that be a proper assessment, Mr. Ritchie? You're not going to get into this discussion.
All right. Number one, if we have an item on the agenda that's for discussion only, it's for discussion only. You may come in with a fixed idea of what you want to have, what you have to say on the subject, but suddenly someone over here says something that says, oh, click, wait a minute, I didn't take that into consideration. That just goes through. The secretary is going to take the notes, and I would assume that the notes would go to whatever entity ends up working on background of that.
Now, back to Commissioner Hale's question, and this has happened before this board when I've been on it. It happened back in 21, last year also, not this year so much yet, where a commissioner has come to this board and asked for a future board item, and the board did vote to allow staff to spend time on that item. It had to do with the septic tanks and also with the ADUs, right? So I just contradicted my own statement earlier, but I'll admit that I can make mistakes as well. So Commissioner Noasat is correct in his assessment that when we put on there 4 possible, discussion on whether or not we want to even go down the road on this issue, that would generally take a majority vote of the board to even to direct staff to devote the time for that. Is it, Commissioner Noasat?
Discussion only. Is there any? It's only 2 words and they're very simple. Only is a restrictive word that says we're going to talk about it.
But when that comes on, it's usually as a for possible action item.
On the next agenda, perhaps, but not during the discussion only. We don't vote on discussion.
I'm willing to do it any way you indicate you're interested in doing. I think we just need to develop some policies and procedures of how we want to go about doing that so that we all understand the process, the procedures, and we respect that and we understand how it's going to occur.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
Since we're on the subject of staff, I would like to remind the board that we are keeping staff overtime. It is now well after 5 o'clock. And I would suggest that we continue to consider the problem at hand and have it earlier on the agenda at another meeting.
I second that.
There's no seconding that.
There's no second?
No, it's not a motion.
I was joking.
Okay. I would ask county manager to put on paper what the steps are involved in getting an agenda item on the agenda. Then we can work from there.
In other words, what your current procedure is. Staff brings, as I understand it, staff brings to you items for the agenda. You go to internal review committee. You look at items that are then brought forward. Then you look at other things, and then you, okay.
Do you want me to speak to that?
And yes, I do.
Okay. For the record, Patrick Cates. So the vast majority of agenda items are generated by staff in the various departments and whatever business they need to conduct. We start the process basically right after a board meeting. So we're going to be prepping for the board meeting for, I don't have a calendar, March 3rd, I think is our next meeting. We'll start that tomorrow. We're going to send out a draft agenda to departments. Most of them will already have drafts in our system. And we go through and meet on that. And then we have a meeting with the chair and the vice chair the following week to approve the agenda. Now, when commissioners ask for agenda items, it depends. I know that's not a good answer, but it really does depend on the nature of what they're asking. If it's very straightforward and the language is clear and we can craft it in language that will pass OML muster, we can put it on the next agenda as long as it's within those timeframes. We have to post our agenda. I know there's some public comment that's 3 days. It's actually a week. We publish it Friday, the week before the Thursday meeting. And so, we need prep time. So we really need, if a commissioner wants an agenda item on the following agenda, we really need it like by the time of the prior meeting or shortly thereafter. However, it really depends. I said it depends on how straightforward it is, whether we can craft language that meets OML. Sometimes the language that a commissioner asks for is vague and may not pass OML. It also may conflict with other processes, such as changing an ordinance to Title 20 that should be going through the Planning Commission. So it really does depend. I can give an example. Commissioner Tarkanian wanting an agenda item related to vacation home rentals. He sent me a request to have an item placed on the agenda. The language was vague and not very clear. And I suggested that we could have a broader agenda item when we had our joint meeting with the Vacation Home Advisory Board that was broad enough to encompass what he wanted to discuss. And we did that. He wasn't satisfied with that. He wanted a specific item on a different meeting. Did that meet the intent? I felt it did. I felt it gave him the form to ask for it on an action item, but it got rolled into something bigger. So it's not a straightforward answer, and I know he wasn't satisfied with that, but it depends. I know it's not a very good answer, but that's why I think it is somewhat helpful, and we've done this in the past. It's not been formally in the norms and procedures, but it's very helpful if a commissioner wants an item that it come to the board for some discussion to see what direction the board wants to take before it's brought back for an action item.
Chairman, we're going to get into a long conversation. I'm going to start reading emails to show that Mr. Cates is not being honest there. We could either do not being honest, yes. I'll read you the emails. Not one time did you say...
I'll submit the email to the public record.
Okay, please do that, because not one time did you say my proposal was too general and to make it more narrow. Not one time, nor did Chairman Gardner. Neither one of you two did. Please submit the email that shows that, because you won't have one. I would like to, if we could, because we're going to get into this a little longer. Can we have this postponed until the next meeting? Or we're going to be here pretty late.
I would recommend that at this time, this is an action item. We need to go to public comment. We'll come back. We're not required to take action on action items. We're not required. So we will then, when we bring it back to the board, we can table this item and then bring it back. Yes, I think we're going to need to bring it back early in an agenda versus late in an agenda. So at this time then, with your concurrences, gentlemen and lady, we will go to public comment and it's hopefully dispense with this item, and we can go to the last item, which is very innocuous, right? So at this time, I'd entertain public comment on this item.
Good evening. Ellie Waller, I wasn't going to comment, but I do have an overarching statement about your total process of going through this, like other advisory boards, the TRPA, and everybody that does this. When you pick a section, you should have public comment after the section, not after 3 sections. Personally, I believe the intent of the public comment gets lost if I'm going back to item 9 and you're on item 10 and 11 and I'm commenting. It's just a suggestion as a member of the public that participates regularly. Thank you for bringing this back at another time. And it's an important issue. Other boards have also acknowledged that it's nice that you're looking at your norms. Planning Commission was looking at theirs as well. Thank you.
James McCullough, for the record. I was just thinking as you were talking about discussing to put an item on the agenda that would be a good time to ask for the district attorney or the county manager to give you background on that particular item and how it would be handled, and whether it has to go to the Planning Commission or the VHR board or whatever it is, so that everybody understood what the process would be on that particular subject. Thank you.
Good idea. No, so noted. Any other public comment on this item?
Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Committee for Douglas County. I'm on page 668 of this exhibit in today's agenda packet. Section 6, point D reads, public comment should be directed to the chair, not to the staff or the public. We want to strike that from the record or strike that from the board, the norms and procedures, because what that does is it creates an abrasive environment. And if that's not obvious, and if it's not obvious that Gardner and I do not meet head to head and that he perpetually abuses the open meeting law, claiming that I'm off topic, trying to discredit me to the general public, make me out to be somebody who's rogue and violating the norms or the protocols of the county, placing me at odds with law enforcement, firing up the other commissions to dream out loud false statements, projections, untrue projections. Section 7, point A says all requests from commissioners dealing with policy issues and those requests that may be construed must be directed to the county manager. I just skipped a beat there. I got to strike that. I'm going to section 7. Gosh dang, I just lost my place here. Okay, I'm going to go back to section 6. Members of the public desiring to speak during the public comment portion of a board meeting may speak no more than 3 minutes unless granted additional time by the chair. Each person addressing the board is given 3 minutes to speak. Comments should be addressed to items within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. You need to modify that. The first 3 minutes is open. I don't have to be binded to your jurisdiction and control in the first 3 minutes or in the last 3 minutes. That's part of the open meeting law. You keep interrupting me and trying to derail me every time I try to use these methods to get my truth on the record. You want to obstruct my truth. You continually derail my testimony in front of these people, creating a violent situation with law enforcement in my house, and you've done the same thing that they've done in Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Your 3 minutes is up.
We want a bond.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up. Any additional public comment?
Bond.
Is there any additional public comment here? Ms. Johnson, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marcia Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Once again, I don't know that we need a motion, do we, Mr. Ritchie, to bring this back to the board at another meeting? We don't need a motion, do we? We can move to the next item? We can, okay. So if there's no further comments from the board, we'll move to the next item. Okay. The last item on the agenda before closing public comment, huh? Well, we can't because we have, for presentation only, the last item item number 7, and then we're required by Nevada revised statutes to have closing public comment. So we can't avoid those two questions. For item number 7, for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commissioner members, including updates on various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. Commissioner, we'll start down at the end. Commissioner Hales, anything you wish to offer at this time?
Boy, I had a nice list. I'll be super quick. Carson Valley Arts Council is sponsoring a Tahoe Adventure Film Festival that is fantastic. I've gone every year. I love it. It's March 3rd. You can get tickets at cvartscouncil.com. I went to NNDA, Northern Nevada Development Authority meeting, and they are very complimentary about what's going on in Douglas. And one piece in particular that's very exciting is that American AVK is expanding and bringing onshore some work that is being done offshore, which is fabulous. And the third thing I was going to mention is Carson Water Subconservancy District. I went to that meeting, and the snowpack is fantastic. Just pray for a long, slow spring and a slow runoff. That's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Tarkanian, nothing. Commissioner Noasad, anything?
Debt management meeting, and we went a little longer this time. 20 minutes. We got things done, but I want to read something here. On the record courier, valley wet enough to be abnormally dry. It takes time to regenerate the aquifer.
Any additional comments? You got your microphone still on, that's why I was asking. Commissioner Noasad?
Okay.
Did you have any additional?
No.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. You had your microphone on, so I wasn't sure you wanted to say anything else. Commissioner Rice?
I also had several things that I wanted to say, but due to the hour, I will say that the prices in Washington, D.C. are astronomical.
And I will close that by saying it is great to be home, and home needs Nevada, okay? Do not like high rises and crowds and traffic. So home means Nevada, and I'm proud to be a member of Douglas County. You ever been on Constitution Avenue at 5 o'clock? Okay. So with that, item number 7 is done, and we will go to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Closing public comment.
I'll make it quick. I appreciate the opportunity to speak at opening and closing public comment on things that are not on the agenda. I don't necessarily agree that 3 minutes is equitable based on what the applicants bring forward on the administrative agenda, but I understand that we have the opportunity to also turn in written comments, which I also take advantage of. I also want to restate that I'm very delighted that the Planning Commission wants to come forward with looking at Title 20 in chunks. It's not going to be done like the master plan was. We need to figure out a priority list based on maybe the next Planning Commission needs to decide what are their priorities, bring them forward to you to see if they meld with your priorities on Title 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Jason Gibson for the Citizens Coalition for Justice in Douglas County. Notice to agency is notice to principal. Notice to principal is notice to agency. Commissioner Gardner, I about had it with you. We, the people, are well aware of the protocols of the open meeting law. We are also well aware of our state and constitutional rights to freedom of speech and the right to peaceful assembly. With regards to questions and answers, we need no more of your instructions, sir, or interruptions. The people have every right to ask whatever question needs to be asked without interruption, period. We, the people, are here to establish a record and a course of action that should be clear. You have the choice as to whether or not to answer. One of the most popular maxims in law, esta es, silence is consent, hombre. We, the people of Nevada here in Douglas County, find these truths to be self-evident. On February 6, 2023, here in these chambers, we asked for a show of hands as to how many people supported our new governor at the State of Awareness address in Carson City, Nevada on January 23rd. No one raised their hand. No one here bothered to attend. We asked the same with regards to support for Mayor Bagwell of Carson City on January 31st. Not a single show of hands, not a single person here in a packed room made either of those meetings or even attempted to support those people, our comrades. When we asked how many people were aware that the United States and its NATO allies had declared war on Russia and its allies, the major nuclear powers, China, Iran, Iraq, and North Korea, no one dared to raise their hand. When we asked how many people were genuinely awake to a packed house here, not a single person raised their hand. So who are these people? I'll tell you who they are. They're nobody. They're corporate subject citizens, enslaved by an ideology and fear. How many of you even bothered to support our veterans on Veterans Day with the sheriff? Not one. How many of you supported Memorial Day? Not one. How many of you attended the State of Nevada parade? Not one. We're not being governed by leaders. You guys aren't representing us. You're representing a minority. Rich senior citizens and law enforcement. You're supporting rich people. You're not supporting us. I got a whole longer list here to say, but we'll save it for later.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Johnson, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Marsha Johnson for the record. At this time, there's no public comment online.
Okay, bring it back to the board, and at this time then, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thank you.